Take two. Nobody jinx anything. My second monitor is actually working today. I don't know how, but I'm not going to ask any questions. I'm just going to take the W. Take the W. My second monitor actually works. Hey, everybody. Welcome. Saturday stream. I knew exactly what your Saturday needed. Don't lie. A little bit of a stream, or at least that's what my Saturday needed, and that's why I'm here. But yeah, I'm excited to talk about today's topic. Actually, it's like a slight double topic. I have not one, but two cheating scandals. Probably one of them you're familiar with because it's like literally all over the news right now. It comes from a world we don't talk much about here on this channel, sports. And then the second one is involving this podcast, bro, which is actually an older story, but it recently got this new update, which I think is insane. But yeah, overall, yay. Also, if you're new to the stream, welcome. I am glad to see you. If you don't know how this goes, the first 30 minutes or so are exactly what you're getting now, which is just a yap session. I just read messages and go off vibes for like 30 minutes. And then around the 30-minute mark, that is when we will get into the actual topic of the video. But yeah. Somebody said my Saturday isn't the same without the stream. Dude, me neither. At this point, I literally would not even know what to do with myself, like at this time, if I wasn't streaming. It's become such a part of my day. Anyways, how is everybody doing? Someone said not Saikuno. Oh, no. I'm not even mentioning him because that's another cheating scandal too. Okay, yeah. Funnily enough, chat, or it's not funny. That's the wrong word. I think I just pulled like a feather out of this pillow. Like this weird fake prosthetic feather. Anyways, what I was going to say was there's a lot of cheating going around, a lot of cheating scandals, and they're usually something I don't talk about. But in the first case, it overlaps with things that I do cover a lot, which is like media lies and plot twists and weird internet outrage and stuff like that. And then the second story involves podcast bros, who I do cover as well. I guess technically Saikuno is a Twitch streamer, so he would fall under my purview as well, but I just don't know much about him. I really, really don't. Someone says Saikuno has a cheating scandal. I don't want to say that if that's not true. Because again, I didn't do any research. Someone said what type of cheating? Cheating on your partner. Womp womp. Someone said it's literally 12 a.m. right now. I'm so glad I got your stream. This is my second stream. 12 a.m. Wow, it's 12 p.m. where I'm at. That's so funny to think about. Someone said I just watched Moist Critical talk about this. Nice. Someone said, why do people even cheat? It's the concept I never understand. We'll save it for the discussion. We'll get into it, all the way into it once I start recording. Anyways, chat. I have cool news. I mean, this is literally not important, and it also doesn't really affect you at all, but I don't know, I'm just excited. I've decided, I've slowly been working on my mileage, my running, and actually, not to brag, because this isn't really that much, but I may have gotten up to 23 miles this week. Yes, it's Saturday. And yes, I think I had gotten all the way down to like 10, which for me was very, very cringe, very mid. But deliberately, I've been trying to get my mileage back up because it's been nice outside. And I think yesterday I crossed the 23rd mile mark, which is funny because it was supposed to be 24 miles. But on Wednesday, I basically died. So that didn't work. For those of you who are just like, you are literally just saying numbers and I don't know what that means. That would be like 37 kilometers, I guess, which is not the most I've run in a week. And again, is really not that much. But I had an idea. I think like this sort of 23 to 25 area is like a sweet spot. So in May, I'm like, I'm going to do 100-mile May, which is a thing I just made up, which is called me running 100 miles in May. And I'm going to see if I can stick to it. I mean, I really don't see why not, because I've literally done more than that at other times. But as a mark of me officially being back with feet on the ground, let's go 100-mile May all day. I mean, not all day. I don't run every day because I would rather die. But yeah, I'm excited. So let's go. I'll keep you posted, like maybe halfway through. You asked me about it. Like, have you done 50 miles? And I'm like, I haven't even done 5. What are you talking about? But we'll see. Someone said 37 kilometers is a lot, though. I guess. I mean, people like run more than that in a single race. I'm at my perspective of like running distances and time and speed and all of that is like super duper warped. But it is what it is, dog. Someone said, anyone running more than a few feet is impressive. Good job. It can be. It can be. Depends on where you start. I started pretty bad, too, so I am happy with my stuff. Um, Someone said, I'm so jealous of people in the northern hemisphere right now because where I am, it's literally Antarctic weather. Jeez. Yeah, it's not that cold. It's not really cold over here anymore at all, which is why I've been outside more. When it's cold, I do try to run inside, but it's just, to me, so boring. So deeply boring, dog. Someone said running for exercise or masochism. I think I run for dopamine. I think, yeah, that's the main reason. I tell myself I have to be able to do like something, right? If the zombie apocalypse shows up and I have to run 8 miles, chat, believe it or not, I could run 8 miles. It's a thing that I could do if I had to. And so I like having at least something question mark that I could do physically because I'm otherwise not a very active person. I mean, I have to cross train too, otherwise I'm going to hurt myself, as I know from personal experience. But yeah, I just do it just to do it. I don't know. Yeah, that's all I got, dog. Someone said, I was just watching one of your videos and saw you were live. Hey, I'm here. Someone said dopamine is the best reason to run. It's my best reason, that's for sure. Someone said I'm training for the apocalypse. Dude, I think about it every day. Every time I'm out there and I'm just running, I'm like, yeah, see, I'm gonna be the last one that the zombies get. They're still going to get me at the end of the day, but it's going to take a little longer and I'll feel really cool until they do. Someone said running is good for the heart. You'll thank yourself for the mobility later on. Yeah, as long as my knees survive. I'm sure I will. Reading chat. Training to outrun the World War Z zombies sound hard. Yeah, no, it's fine though. But yeah, it's great. And I was also just glad to get back outside after I had like tripped and fallen literally twice during one run and messed up a bunch of things, which was whack, but thankfully all of that is fixed. But it did throw me off a lot. Threw me off. Someone said, what do you do for cross training and to avoid getting injured? For me, that involves strengthening all of the muscles around my knee and just in my lower body in general. Because you know what really sucks about knees? If you have muscle weakness or imbalances or strain literally anywhere tangential to your knee, you're going to have knee pain. So you might think to yourself like, oh, why do my knees hurt so much? But it actually has something to do with like your glutes. Or like, oh, why do my knees hurt so much? But it's your quads. What's wrong with my knees? It's your calves. No matter what could possibly go wrong in your lower body, it's going to manifest in your knees, which is what I learned the hard way multiple times. And so that's why I also do strength training. I mean, I do full body strength training, but especially make sure not to skip leg day because I can't afford to. I don't do leg day so I can have like rugby player legs because I really don't. But it's mostly just because I need my knees to not grind into dust every time I take a step. It's useful. Someone said that's what they say, don't skip leg day. Yeah, you shouldn't skip it. You don't want imbalanced muscles. It sucks really bad, actually. Someone said knee surgery tomorrow. Oof. I hope it's really beneficial for you. I mean, I'm sure it's not going to be fun the day of, but like hopefully that leads to less issues in the future. Someone said, I have chronic tendonitis in my knees. I don't know how to train for it. Any suggestions? Physical therapy if you can, because I also didn't know what the heck was going on with my knees until I got some help. And not something I can offer because I got specific help to me, but it went a long way, honestly. Reading. Someone said, it's my meniscus, can't do anything about it. Ugh, that's whack. I'm sorry. But yeah, knees in general, I mean, I've said it before and I'll say it again. Humans are, in my opinion, really poorly designed. Like, insane design flaws. And probably the knee has to be the worst example, the most egregious example of like how you couldn't have gone back to the drawing board a little bit, just a little bit. Someone said any shin splint issues with running. For some reason, I do not experience shin splints and I don't know why. I'm not mad about it, obviously, but no, I don't have, I've never really had that. Maybe I've like briefly had it mildly once or twice, but never like a chronic thing that I know a lot of people struggle with. Someone said tall women especially, we ain't built right. No, thank you. So God needed to humble us somehow. Yeah. I mean, no thank you to like being tall. Being a tall woman's dope. You get what I'm saying, obviously. The whole walking upright, we aren't meant to do it all the time. See bears. Life would be more fun if you could just crawl around, honestly. But then, alas, the stares, the looks that you get. Reading chat, reading chat. Someone said, how does it feel to be one of God's favorites, D'Angelo? Well, which God? Certainly not the Christian God. But yeah, no. I'll put in a good word for you. Don't worry. Reading chat. Someone said, y'all are so young. Why so many bad knees? I'm sure the fact that we all just spend an inordinate amount of time sitting around and being sedentary doesn't help. I know even with as active as I try to be, I still spend literally way too much of my time just sitting down in a chair like I am right now, not moving for like hours at a time. Oftentimes before I would be really like not conscious of my posture, which is still not perfect, but something I'm working on. Our lifestyle in general, especially people who are like required to sit for their jobs or in school or whatever, sucks. Also, we can't walk anywhere. So we being like, if you live in certain parts of America, aka the vast majority of it, like there's nowhere even to like get exercise naturally. So it's all pretty bad. Yeah. Someone said, who are we talking about today, Chatty? Mike Vrabel, Diana Rossini, and Andrew Huberman. If that literally just sounded like random syllables, don't worry. We're going to get into it. Someone said, now I sit for my job. Yeah, a lot of sitting we have to do. So much for so many, like there's nothing wrong with sitting down, but I feel like sitting down for 8 hours at a time is not always something your body loves doing. Oh, my AC is on. Hold on. I'm going to go turn it off. It's loud and I'm going to get mad. Also, I don't even know where my phone is. So let me figure that out too. BRB. Okay. Easy peasy. Lemon squeezy. Someone said I didn't expect Huberman to be on the list. Yeah, this is like, I'm going to mention it when we get into it, but it's kind of an older story. It's from 2024, but there was an update like last week or whatever that kind of had me like, what? Because it relates to one of our other videos that we did about Rebel Wilson. So that's interesting. That is interesting. Someone said we can't hear your AC. Maybe it's just the fact that I can hear my AC that drives me crazy. I don't like hearing it. Someone says standing desk. God, I should invest in a standing desk. Someone said my joints and back are so bad. I'm getting MRIs of them in a week. Oof. Hopefully it helps. Yeah, joints are so whack. Someone said, what's happening? Nothing, dog. What's up with you? Reading chat. Someone said, low-key, because of K-pop, I do stay active by learning choreo for songs. Also, it's caused me to like songs I didn't like by doing the dance. That is literally... Okay. Now that I've turned my AC off, I have to turn on the fan. Sorry. There's a really delicate balance to how I like the air in my room. Because I have to sit here for 4 hours. And so you can't see it on camera. You can a little bit, but I use this little baby fan right here. Can you even hear me? I just put it on one. There we go. And then I put on the overhead fan, which I'm going to go do. Oof. And all of that is a much more quiet solution to the me not wanting to burn to death while I'm streaming for you all. Anyways, what was I even saying? I don't remember the last thing I said. I'm sure it doesn't matter. I'm sure it doesn't matter at all. Someone said you need a split unit AC. They're the best. I have no control over the AC because I live in an apartment complex. So it's all up to the will of the gods. Truly. Someone says he's going to be coming back and forth to switch between the fan and the AC during the stream. I have actually never turned the fan on or off during the stream. I feel like once I have it set up, it's fine. Because, like, I planned for this long before I start streaming. The exact concoction of what goes where. I forget to set it up before I stream. Because you would think I would have some sort of pre-stream checklist. But I do not. Someone said you said something about fans. Oh, then who knows. Someone said, aren't you warm in the hoodie? Again, it's all part of the it's all part of the aesthetic. Like here under an overhead fan with air blowing onto me in the hoodie, I'm at equilibrium. I'm neither hot nor cold, which is what I prefer. There are other ways I could do this, like turning the fans off and then removing the hoodie, but I would like to wear it. Someone says, Huberman, the brain podcast guy, as a behavioral neuroscience major, I never vibed with his content. I don't know if anyone else liked him. He is, yes. Andrew Huberman, I think his name is Andrew, does brain stuff on the podcast. But I'm mostly here to talk about cheating allegations. Because that's the scoop, if you will. Someone says sometimes I need the fan on just for the white noise. That's fair. For real. I put on like rain sounds and then turn them way down. And then that for me is like the white noise. And I try to put it together with music as well. Instrumental soundtrack music. It goes well. Some sides don't know who these people are. Don't worry. Like probably the vast majority of people don't. So I'll explain it. Water is so underrated. Water is literally so good. When I was younger, I used to not like it. And I don't know why. I still have people in my life who just don't like drinking water. And I guess I get where they're coming from. But I kind of don't. Because water is so good. So I like white noise Spotify playlists. That basically sounds like a plane. Heck yeah. All right. I feel like this weekend, the cheating scandal was the main thing that I saw in terms of being talked about in pop culture spaces. Coachella's over, so there's not a lot of that going on. What I think is going to happen, likely, is that next week probably something dramatic will happen because the news cycle is actually like surprisingly predictable in terms of its ebbs and flows. So like I'm not expecting anything to happen tomorrow per se, but definitely by Tuesday likely something very odd will have happened. Oh, speaking of that phrase, something very odd will have happened, I watched this show called Something Very Bad Is Gonna Happen. Has anyone watched that one? It was kind of interesting. I'll show it to you. Something very bad is going to happen. Yeah, okay. So, I don't know, dog. It's just this new horror show that came out about this character, Rachel, who is going to get married, but it kind of seems like if she does, something very bad is going to happen. I don't know. I don't want to give spoilers, but it was interesting. It was pretty interesting. I don't think it was like a perfect show by any means, but was I entertained? Yes. I was seated. I was sat. I liked the aesthetic of it a lot. It kind of reminded me of like horror video games and stuff like that. Definitely like not that deep of a show by any means, but I like the performances and I think the lead actress was really cool. Someone said I'm currently watching. It's okay, but so far not amazing. Yeah, I liked it. Definitely not something I was like, whoa, this is wild, dog. And then someone said I'd love to see Coachella outfits reviewed. I think that would be entertaining. I think the thing is like, I wouldn't even have any positive commentary. Here, we can do that right now. Hold on. I'll give you a mini Coachella 2026 outfit and outfits. Or I'll say like fashion. Celebrity. Okay. Yeah. Dog. Oh, well, first of all, Mac already beat me to it. So you don't need me to do this because Mac did it. And Mac's fashion reviews are literally unparalleled. He has actually literally been the CEO of this for like years at this point. Going on a decade of putting out the best celebrity outfit roast on the platform. So if you're pining for some Coachella outfit reviews, go watch Mac Does It and his 2026. But look, if I was to just find like pictures or whatever, I can't. Our favorite celebrity looks. Yeah, dog. I just don't like the way people dress at Coachella. Like, point blank period, no matter how much I actually like the person themselves, There's something about Coachella fashion that does not hit for me, and I couldn't tell you why. It just, I don't know. So yeah, maybe somebody who will be nicer will say something about it. But I myself, oh wait, hold on, wait, hold on. Okay, wait, hold on, wait. I'm a little biased, because I would wear this. So, but that is neither here nor there. My point is, on average, I think I just don't understand Coachella fashion. Also, I realize these are literally all black women because I'm in Essence magazine. So the looks that I was the most likely to appreciate, even me myself, I don't get it. I truly don't. But I'm glad everyone had fun, maybe ish. I don't know. Very mixed feelings about Coachella over here. But yeah, if watch Mac's video, I swear to God, you will enjoy it. I promise you, he's so funny. Reading chat. Someone says, because you're a punk, Coachella's Valley girl. Yeah, the crowd doesn't necessarily seem like something I would vibe with, but who really knows? Reading chat. Some say I can't lie. I rock with a lot of these outfits, some not so much. Liking them is fine too. I think it's definitely just like a personal preference thing. I think I just like a lot of fabric, and that's something that you're usually not going to get at Coachella because it is hot. Not just the people there, it's hot outside. And so it's not even smart to wear a bunch of layers. But usually my terrible taste in fashion is just like the wonkier and wackier you get, the better, honestly. Someone said D'Angelo's streams are so fun and informative, but they make me want to throw my phone in the trash sometimes. You should do it. When the urge comes upon you, just turn my stream off. Because the thing about me is I will be back Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, 12 p.m. Eastern, usually. I mean, as you see, I'm within 10 to 15 minutes of that time. But yeah, don't worry. Besides something very bad saying that happened, just thinking about things I've been doing while I was gone. Oh, what is this? That's a lot of stuff. I keep listening to Anne Hathaway's new pop album. I've literally already talked about this, or I think I talked about it when there was just a couple of singles out for it. But let's just go to Apple Music, why not? As part of the new movie she's in called Mother Mary, Anne Hathaway put out an entire pop album, 7 tracks, 25 minutes. They're like actual songs. And I think she has, like, if I remember correctly, Jack Antonoff is on here. She might have George Daniel from the 1975, Charlie XCX and FKA Twigs have like writing credits and stuff. And I'm going to be honest, it's really good. I know that some of you might be confused right now and you're like, Anne Hathaway's pop album for her upcoming... No. It's really good. Someone said Anne Hathaway, like the actress. No, okay, listen. I know I sound like a crazy person right now. This Anne Hathaway, princess of, what was she, princess of Genovia? Put out a pop album, and I swear to God, it's one of the better pop albums of the year. I'm being so serious. If you are interested in this, go to your streaming platform of choice and put on at least just the first track from Mother Mary Greatest Hits. I swear to God, it's actually good music. Someone says she can sing. She's been able to sing. She can do really like theatrical, musical type stuff, and that's what I knew. But the thing about me, I've said this before, I say it all the time, I don't like musicals. So even though I thought that she had a very beautiful singing voice, I wasn't really super interested in the things that I associated with her. Little did I know, Miss Hathaway can sing in a variety of styles, including like pop icon. I swear to God, she sounds so good. She really does. I'm not just saying it. It was dope, dog. Someone said that was not on my 2026 bingo, but I'll take it. Yeah, please, for the love of God, check out at least one track from here. I think my favorite probably, I liked Burial a lot. I also feel like Dark Cradle is really good too. Then again, I also like the first track. I don't know. It's so funny. Someone said, I finally listened to Hemlock Spring's new album since you recommended it, and you were so right. It hit so hard. Listen. I'm telling you. I do try to give good recommendations. See, I listen to a lot of music, but like most of it, I don't bring to the stream because I know that if y'all turned it on, y'all would just be like, what? But I'm always trying to think of like, do I think that maybe somebody in my audience might like this? And Hemlock Springs' album, The Apple Tree That Fell into the Sea, was one of them. So I'm so happy for you that you found some music that you enjoyed. Yay. That's why I'm here. It truly is. I was put on this earth to recommend music. Honestly, sometimes I just wish I was a music channel. Oh my gosh. That would be so great. But alas, there can only be one bald music reviewer. Just kidding. I don't think Anthony Fantano would get mad if I went into music reviews. All right, so, I mean, we're pretty much at the 30-minute mark. I'm drinking some more water. Someone said, show us the niche ones. Dog, you don't want my niche music recommendations, okay? Because, like, here, I'll give you an example. Oh, and then I'll do the meme of the day because I haven't done it yet. All right. I'm gonna pull. We'll do this song. Ugh, SoundCloud. God, I hate SoundCloud. Hold on. I mean, SoundCloud itself as a platform for creatives is cool, but the website is really, really bad. Okay, wait. I guess I'll just pull this from YouTube. All right, hold on. Switching back to my PC. Let me fix the audio. This might be too quiet, but it's okay. Monitor off, monitor and output. Yeah, this is why I don't recommend most of the music that I listen to. Okay. I'll just skip around here. Did you enjoy that? If you did, sure, I can give you music recommendations for days. If you were like, there's literally no way that people listen to this unironically, I don't think that there's much utility in the vast majority of my music recommendations. Someone said it goes hard though. Yeah, no, it does. It's good music. That's why I listen to it. People hate it a lot, so it's fine. Someone said, I like the visuals. I like your positivity. I like you. Surround yourself with people like this who will be like, wow, I like the anime in the background. You got to find something to love in this world, obviously. Someone said we have ADHD. Yeah, I mean, dog, the more disjointed, the better. Because then I can actually focus on it. Music that sounds too much like music, I actually have trouble focusing too. But like music that sounds like this, crank it up. Let's go. Someone said, was the arts? Oh, that was Young Maple. That was Young Maple's song, How the F Should I Know, which is a remix of Driving with My Eyes Closed with Rory 404. It's a pretty great track. But anyways. All right, I'm going to pull open the meme of the day, and then we can probably get into it being the topic of the day. Let's see. Photos. All right, I'm gonna do. Wait, hold on. I actually pulled two memes. One of them is a GIF, which I feel like doesn't technically count as a meme. So, I'll start with that one, and then I'll show you my actual meme of the day. All right, this was really good. It's just that. I just found this picture in my gallery. I thought it was so cute. Look at scared of your own reflection. Honestly, that's me like on the way to the fridge at night, and I'm just like, what was that? And it was me taking a step on the ground. Also, I've also walked past my own reflection and just gotten skeeved out before because I'm like, who is that? And it's just me. But yeah, that's your first meme of the day. And then your second one would be Reverse Flash saying, I be waking up real early to have extra time to be a hater. Dog, me too. How else do you think I get all this done in a week? These 3 streams and 3 videos are not going to produce themselves. Ain't nobody finna stream 12 hours a week for me. It's got to be me on camera. Nobody's gonna show up with an outline for me. I just think that this is such a funny picture because I often get the not even just me, but like people who care about anything at all, you also get the criticism of like, who has time for this? Or like, why does anybody care about this? Because I wake up early to ensure that I have time to care about this. So I said, that's so real. Yeah. Anyways, here's your chance to screenshot that one. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You can also just Google it if you want to. All right. Memes of the day. Someone says, I'm pretty sure you don't sleep. Actually, I know you're joking, but when I don't sleep, I found that was maybe the single biggest contributor to managing my depression has been managing my sleep schedule. That's just me speaking from personal experience. Everything else helps. Yes, therapy, medication, all of these things are deeply important. And I swear to God, sleep is so OP. That's the one thing I will never allow anybody to stop me from getting my good night's sleep. Because I feel like I can't go back to the way I used to be. Or I can, but it would really suck for me. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and open today's outline. To make it make sense, essentially, like when I am super depressed, I often start feeling like there's just not enough hours in the day to do everything, so why do anything? And I just kept like begging for like an extra, I don't know, I just wanted more time. And then I found the cheat code, which is actually waking up before 12 p.m., waking up in the morning and not the afternoon for me, because I can do that just based off of my work and stuff, makes it seem like there's extra hours in the day. So now I'm a big fan of waking up around like 7, 8 at the latest, but like usually 7 if I can. And then I use that like 7 to 10 block as my extra hours, depending on how much. And then, yeah, by the end of the day, even if I'm more tired, I do feel like I had more time, which is the only thing I've ever desperately pleaded for. Anyways, all right, everyone, say hi to YouTube, and I'm gonna drink some water. I'm gonna hit record. Okay, we're recording. Everybody say hi. I'm so excited. We have such a weird topic today, dog. It's a weird one. It's a weird one. Okay. I forgot to bring my chapstick. I'll bring it later. I'm here to present a tale of 2 cheaters, or like 3 cheaters. It's like 2 instances of cheating. It's just a lot, as you're going to see. So I have not 1, but 2 stories here. One you may have heard of. A sports coach and a sports reporter have an affair, maybe, and all hell basically breaks loose. And on the other hand, we have a podcast bro getting exposed by like 4 or 5 of his ex-girlfriends, many of which he was dating at the same time. And he's now actually been linked to a smear campaign, which is just it's a mess. But yeah, let's get into this is so funny. I'm sorry, I'm thinking about the podcast bro story ahead of time and how off the rails that gets. But anyways, this video is about conflicts of interest, smear campaigns, and ultimately like why cheaters never really win. All right, that's all I've got. That's all I've got. Stop saying hi. Let's get into it. All right. So, thinking back, I don't think I have ever covered anything related to sports in the 7 years. Wait, chat, how long have I been doing YouTube actually? Has it been 7 years? I have no idea. I think I say 7 years, but I feel like I've been saying that for like 7 years. D'Angelo. YouTube.com/at D'Angelo Wallace. Okay, we'll go to my other channel. I've been doing this for 8 years actually. Yeah, okay, period. But I guess I've been doing commentary for like 7 years. Okay, great. We'll take it. I've been on YouTube. Dog, I've been on YouTube for a while. I've been on YouTube for a long time. Okay. I don't think I've covered anything related to sports in like the 7 years of me doing internet commentary for this little known reason called I don't care about sports at all. But the specific story is just so many levels of what is happening here. I couldn't resist. Someone said the channel covering sports like heated rivalry is about hockey. Okay. Oh, as one commenter pointed out, heated rivalry is about hockey, and I did technically make a video about people talking about the show. So we'll count this as my second official sports video. All right. Let's get into it. All right. Mike Vrabel. He's a football coach, the coach of the New England Patriots. He used to play for them. Gonna pull that open. And this is the part where I would give you stats and information about the Patriots, but let's move on. Let's see. Diana Rossini. Now, this is interesting. If Mike Vrabel is like a hotshot in the NFL, she's a hotshot in the world of NFL reporting. She's an NFL insider. Actually, kind of up there, seemingly. Previously an anchor at ESPN, held the title of Senior NFL Insider at the New York Times' own sports publication since 2023 before she stepped down. Uh-oh, why did she do that? Spoilers. All right, let's see. And, here. And chat, I mean, as much as I'm joking around about, like, not really watching football, I do know that like being anchor for ESPN is kind of a good gig. It's kind of up there in the world of sports commentary, obviously. But yes, as you see, she went from ESPN to The Athletic, which would be the New York Times' sports division. Someone said, what does insider even mean? All right. Moving on from that brief intro. Are we good, chat? Do you accept this intro? I know this is like the least amount of info I've ever given about anyone ever, but what did Avril Lavigne say actually? Wait, hold on. Avril Lavigne. I'm gonna put this in the video. Any more obvious? Okay. I realize that I'm flubbing this introduction, so I'm actually just gonna quote Avril Lavigne here. Wait, let me get her. Let me get a picture. I need pictures. Hold on. Here's Mikey Mike. We'll get a good picture of him. All right. And then we'll get Diana over here. Okay. Bet. He was a boy. She was a girl. Can I make it any more obvious? He was a coach and former player. She did reporting. What more can I say? Does that help? I hope that helps. So we're talking about Mike Vrabel and Diana Rossini. Yeah. Also, the rest of these lyrics are actually a little bit prophetic. He wanted her, she'd never tell. Secretly, she wanted him as well. Kind of turns out it wasn't much of a secret, as you're going to see. But, all right, let's see. So, more relevant information. Mike Vrabel has been married Mike Vrabel has been married for over 25 years to Jen Vrabel, his wife, who is pretty supportive of him. Mike Vrabel's wife, Jen, is Tennessee Titans' most hardcore fan. Definitely you can see her commonly with him at games, cheering for the teams that he's been associated with, etc. I think he used to be associated with the Titans in some way. That, again, couldn't tell you. And then I have the reporter, Rossini, has been married since 2020 to this gentleman over here who appears to be some sort of executive at Shake Shack, which that's really funny to me for some reason. I can't tell you why. Someone said he's been married half his life. Yeah, being married for 25 years is wild. Like, I'm 27. What do you mean you've been married for almost as long as I've been alive? That's wild, dog. I don't want to say I couldn't do it, but I don't know if I could. That's all I know. That's all I know. Someone said wife guy vibes. Someone said I'm confused who's Coldplay. We're not talking about Coldplay today, even though this absolutely has echoes of a recent scenario involving the Coldplay couple, which for those of you who don't know was another group of people who got caught cheating at a Coldplay concert. But so far we've only introduced two people, which is just the coach and this reporter. All right. So anyways, moving on. Oh, and more relevant information. Vrabel has 2 children with his wife, and Rossini has 2 children with her husband. All right, cool. So, you can imagine it was a bit odd when Page 6, who I won't lie, not a fan of, posted New England Patriots Mike Vrabel and top New York Times NFL reporter Diana Rossini hold hands and hug at luxury hotel. All right, so this is so interesting. Right off the bat, I don't know if the initial 2 photos alone are like, I think one of the first 2 photos is kind of sus. The other one might be fine. Okay, so I hug my friends if they want me to do that. This, on the other hand, is definitely a bit more of an odd. This is a bit of an odd one for 2 people who are married to other people. But again, it wasn't really just these 2 photos. It was the fact that they seemed to be at this hotel by themselves. A hotel which kind of brags about being a destination for all kinds of things like birthdays, honeymoons, baby moons, which I don't know what a baby moon is actually. Wait, let me pull that. Me trying to look up this hotel for this stream was the first time I had ever heard that phrase in my entire life. Wait, let me see if I can find it. Oh, here it is. Okay, so they've had 2,700 birthdays, 2,000 anniversaries, 160 proposals, 300 honeymoons, 299 baby moons. It's very much a couple thing, but chat, what is a baby moon? What is that? This is referred to as an adults only resort. So that can't mean that you have a baby with you. Someone said, "Isn't that a baby shower?" Well, is it? Okay, wait, I'm gonna learn what this is right here live on stream. Baby moon. Healthline. Screw it, put this in the video. What is a baby moon and how do you plan one? It's a celebratory vacation. And instead of spending alone time with your spouse after getting married, you're enjoying quality time together before the birth of a new baby. Oh, okay. Yeah. I know what this is. You know what my friends and I call this? Not a baby moon. I think we usually refer to this as... Hold on. I would call this an any last words moon. An any last words vacation before your life just gets irrevocably shifted into parenthood. Okay, it makes sense to me. Now I know what a baby moon is. That's actually kind of cute though. Like, that's kind of sweet, I think. Again, though, could we do a baby moon without the baby? Because I wouldn't want that vacation to end and then I have to be responsible for child. Anyways, I'm sorry, I'm getting so distracted right now. Going back to these photos. So, yeah. So Rabel and Rossini were caught lounging in the hot tub, which. Okay, chat, I don't think friends lounge at hot tubs at romantic adults only resorts, chilling at the pool, etc. Anyways, they go on to talk about Rossini's like dealings with the Patriots over the years of her reporting. They go on to give a little bit more information about Vrabel. But yeah, either they were cheating at this resort or either they were caught cheating at this resort or they were just really chummy while each of their respective partners and children happened to be in other places. Someone said, who are we talking about? Oh, you might have missed it. Just scroll back a little bit. It's two sports people. Anyways, when Page Six initially revealed these photos, everybody involved piped up and was like, yo, whoa, watch it, dog. So Vrabel, the dude, told Page Six, these photos show a completely innocent interaction, and any suggestion otherwise is laughable. This doesn't deserve any further response. Again, I would agree, like, maybe if it was literally just a photo of them hugging, which is maybe the least weird thing ever, but dog, I'm gonna be real with you. I'm gonna be real with you. If I was dating somebody or married and this photo popped up, I would need more of an explanation. As for Rossini, she said, the photos don't represent the group of 6 people who were hanging out during the day. Like most journalists in the NFL, reporters interact with sources away from stadiums and other venues. But do you do it at adults only luxury resorts? Though, in the hot tub? Diana? And then her boss, Steve Ginsburg, executive editor of The Athletic, said, these photos are misleading and lack essential context. These are public interactions in front of many people. Diana is a premier journalist covering the NFL, and we are proud to have her at The Athletic. So that's not the end of the story. That's literally just the beginning. But that's kind of where that wrapped up for there. Of course, online, everybody was like, dog, there's no way. There's no way we're believing this. And I would have to agree. That's not a very feasible explanation. But, where it all started getting really sus, as if this wasn't sus enough, her work, The Athletic, did launch an investigation. The Athletic investigates conduct of reporter photographed with NFL coach. So essentially it says, according to the person familiar with The Athletic's investigation, the nature of Mr. Rossini's relationship with Mr. Vrabel and her coverage are being reviewed, and she will not be reporting while the investigation is underway. The Athletic's editorial guidelines require that journalists avoid any activities that pose a conflict of interest or the appearance of a conflict so as not to call into question their credibility. The Athletic is owned by the New York Times Company. And like, yes, obviously, if you're a reporter and you're allegedly giving news and updates, but you're also like, well, not married to, but in this case, cheating with one of the people that you're reporting on, that would be a major conflict of interest. And I would have to agree, you probably shouldn't be reporting. But anyways, they're reiterating her quote that it was just completely innocent, etc. Anyways. You know, chat, I want you to think of what the least possible, or I want you to think of what like the guiltiest possible thing you could do while you're being investigated for potentially cheating with one of your sources as a journalist. Pulling this. Okay, found it. Diana Rossini resigns from The Athletic after photos published of her with Mike Vrabel. So literally within days of this investigation, she was like, actually, let me just on my own. I don't know, like, this just isn't my journey anymore. I'm sorry, funny is not the word. So Miss Rossini says in a statement acquired by the Associated Press, I have covered the NFL with professionalism and dedication throughout my career, and I stand behind every story I've ever published. When the page 6 item first appeared, The Athletic supported me unequivocally, expressed confidence in my work and pride in my journalism. For that, I am grateful. In the days that followed, unfortunately, commentators and various media have engaged in self-speeding... Lord, give me strength. Have engaged in self-feeding speculation. Uh-oh. Commentators in various media have engaged in self-feeding Chat, are we catching a stray right now? Is this play about us? Self-feeding speculation that is simply unmoored from the facts, Rossini said in a letter sent Tuesday to the Athletic executive editor, Steve Ginsburg, the same guy who was defending her. Moreover, she says, this media frenzy is hurtling forward without regard for the review process the Athletic is trying to complete. It continues to escalate, fueled by repeated leaks, and I have no interest in submitting to a public inquiry that has already caused far more damage than I'm willing to accept. Rather than allowing this to continue, I've decided to step aside now, before my current contract expires on June 30th, in mere weeks. I do so not because I accept the narrative that has been constructed around this episode, but because I refuse to lend it further oxygen or to let it define me or my career. So now it's basically like, I'm quitting not because y'all caught me cheating, but because I can't believe you're saying that I was cheating, and I'm really going to prove that I wasn't by resigning from my job. By the way, it takes multiple people to cheat. We're not finna let the dude off here. So Vrabel, he gave this like really whack wishy-washy statement in an update press conference. All right, let's see. Also, getting all of this from the Patriots website is so funny. Like, I'm a sports fan. I'm going to patriots.com. I want some updates about my favorite NFL team. What do we have? Mike Vrabel addresses cheating allegations with New York Times sports reporter. All right, so I'm probably going to have to turn this up. Oh, and I'm probably going to have to unmute it if we're actually going to hear it.
Let me first begin by saying thank you. Thank you.
Still a little quiet. Hold on, chat. I'm trying, I swear. Okay. We'll try like, And you may have to turn it up, but I'm doing my best.
For your patience.
Hold on, chat. I don't know why everything on the internet is so quiet.
That you've shown in a...
Fixed it.
Hey, guys. Let me first begin by saying thank you.
Someone in chat said there were too many Michaels, referring to this guy, Mike Vrabel. No more naming children Michael. Keep that in mind. Just keep that in mind.
Thank you. Thank you for your patience that you've shown in a personal and private matter for me and obviously everybody involved. I know that that's not easy for you, and I respect that, and I appreciate your efforts in doing so. I understand I could have, addressed you guys sooner, but it was important to me to have a conversation with the players, which I did yesterday, very candidly, as we began our off-season program, which everyone is excited to be a part of. Stacy had mentioned the players' availability, and it was never my intention to have them speak to you or address you before I did. And so I asked him to come today and to talk with you. I also don't want to take away from our, the draft, the weekend of the draft. This is an important time for us and our organization, and the excitement and the joy that those players are going to have that we bring onto our football team. They're starting an amazing journey, one that should be celebrated as we welcome them onto our team. With that being said, I've had some difficult conversations with people that I care about, with my family, the organization, the coaches, the players. Those have been positive and productive. We believe in order to be successful on and off the field, you have to make good decisions. That includes me. That starts with me. We never want our actions to negatively affect the team. We never want to be the cause of a distraction. And those are comments and questions that I've answered for the team and with the team. We'll keep those private and, to ourselves.
Okay. That is literally a fascinating response. Hi, press, legions of adoring NFL fans. My team agrees that no one should do things that make the team look bad. And we've had conversations about some things that I'm not going to repeat because they're private. I hope that answers your question. This is actually really hilarious. Someone translate what he said. Oh, nothing. Bro didn't say nothing. Essentially, he literally just spends this like 2-minute press conference saying like, yes, I know that you have a lot of questions and I understand why. And I don't think it's right for the actions of an individual to reflect poorly on the team, but also go away. I mean, you'd say that in the exact verbiage. I'm editorializing. But I will say this is a bit of a marked difference from his initial statement, which was like, no, this isn't even worth responding to. We've come a long way from that to like, maybe some people have done some things privately that are bad, but don't worry about it. All right. Moving on from that. And he just sort of seemed to sink further and further into appearing guilty, what with him going on to miss part of this draft that he was so excited about. Mike Vrabel to seek counseling won't be with Patriots for NFL draft day 3. As I said the other day, I promised my family, this organization, and this team that I was going to give them the best version of me that I can possibly give them. In order to do so, I've committed to seeking counseling starting this weekend, Vrabel said. This is something I've given a lot of thought to, and is something I would advise a player to do if I was counseling them. I've always wanted to lead by example, and I believe this is what I have to do to be the best husband, father, and coach that I can possibly be. This is not an easy thing for me to admit, but it is one that I know will make me a better person. I appreciate the support that everyone has given me and promise a stronger resolve as a result. By the way, okay, zooming out. So all of this happened, but him entering counseling and missing the draft happened to be the same day that Page Six released a second set of photos. And these actually were not recent. These dated all the way back to 2020. And hold on, pulling those up. Diana Rossini and married Mike Vrabel caught kissing at New York City bar in bombshell new photos taken 6 years before scandal. So, listen, I gotta give it to them. Their initial excuse is a little bit difficult to prove. You can't really prove that there weren't 6 people there on vacation and we didn't just cherry pick photos of those 2 people interacting. But what about photos of them 6 years ago at a bar? So, I mean, dog, they were laying on the PDA. Now, at this time, Rossini herself had not yet married her husband. She would go on to do this later that year. But yeah, they were literally all over each other at this bar in 2020. I also really wonder who had these pictures and was just sitting on them for this long. But dog, y'all, they've been cheating for 6 years, at least 6 years. I don't really think you can talk your way out of this one. Someone said, oh, so this was a whole long affair. This is a long 6 years is crazy. First of all, cheating on your wife at all is like, and when you have children as well, is just like, this is crazy, but like, dog, with one person for this long. So that's a pretty terrible update. This Page Six article then goes on to quote all of the things of them saying that they hadn't been cheating and that he's committing to being a better husband and father. But yeah, kind of caught. So this is really funny. No, sorry. I need to stop using the word funny because honestly, cheating is like a really destructive thing. It's actually really dangerous for people as well. I don't feel like people talk about that enough. And it's also abusive, which I don't feel like people talk about enough. When I say funny, I only mean publicly presenting one way and being really vague. And then mere days later, having to come out with another press conference and be like, okay, well, so April 23rd, someone said open relationship. Dog, if it was an open relationship, I don't think it would matter at all, except for the part where you still should not be dating the player on the team that you're doing sports coverage of, because that doesn't make sense. And from his POV, as a coach, or not player, he was a coach, you shouldn't be dating the coach, and him as a coach should not be dating a reporter. So their relationship is still very much a conflict of interest. But like, if it wasn't actually cheating, that wouldn't matter, even though you also can cheat in open relationships. But anyways, Vrabel had to hit the podium again, actually. And let's see. Okay, we might just try turning it up. I want to. Okay, that was weird. It was acting weird. Anyways, bro had to take the stand once more. This is so funny. Sorry, not funny. You know what I mean.
I just want to reiterate the gratitude that I had the other day to that you guys have shown in a personal and private matter. You know, I want to address the news regarding my current situation. I understand that there are questions, but I take accountability for my actions and the actions that caused the distraction to the people that I care most about.
All right, we've come a long way from some people have done certain things to I take responsibility for my actions. I mean, basically admitting it. I don't know what else you could do at this point.
My family, this football team, the organization, and our fans. You know, my previous actions don't meet the standard that I hold myself to. They don't. And what I believe is best for the two most important things in my life, my family and this football team.
Bro was acting like he tripped and fell. Well, I temporarily messed up, but my standards that I usually hold myself to, dog, you did this for at least 6 years. This is clearly your standard is on the floor. It's below hell at this point. Why are you sitting here trying to act like you're usually such a good person? This is like not even really you. This is exactly you. I'm sorry, I'm dead. I can't with cheaters. I literally cannot.
It's for us to take the necessary steps to work together, and to give them what I told them I'd give them, which is the best version of me. And that's what we're going to do. And that's going to start, that has started, that'll continue this weekend, and it'll continue for however long it takes for me to give them and to complete that promise of giving them the best version of me possible. And that's what's going to happen, and that's what's been happening. I'm grateful for Robert and Jonathan for their support. I'm thankful for the coaches.
Anyway, that's not great. Also, Rossini on her part, which by the way, I do have to point out the discrepancy here of like, she was probably going to lose her job, Chad, if we're being honest, over the cheating, and yet the person she was cheating with doesn't seem like he's going to lose his job. And I also have seen a lot of the conversation, like way more of it than I'm comfortable with, just really being like, she cheated. This reporter, she cheated with this coach. She was doing this, getting these insider scoops, and just basically trying to write off her entire journalism career as being some sort, like, dog, it takes more than one person to cheat. Usually, granted, there are cases in which, you know, you can lie to another person and they don't know that they're cheating, but quite obviously everybody knew that this man was married and had been married for 20 years back 6 years ago when they were cheating in the bar. Someone said not trying to excuse anything, but how do we know they've been cheating for 6 years nonstop? I would say that's just more of a semantic thing than anything. Like, if you cheat on me in 2020 and then you cheat again in 2026, I'm just going to say that you cheated on me for 6 years. I don't like believe, know, or care anything that you did in that 6-year period. I just can't take it seriously. I truly cannot. Reading chat. Someone said misogyny. It's very much misogyny. Yeah, I think it would be really silly. I think it would be really silly to leave out that, like, seeing this entire cheating scandal fall on the shoulders of one person who was only half of this equation is really wild to me. But unfortunately, not even that surprising. As for Rossini, she did not do any sort of press conference, but she did delete her Twitter account after these photos leaked, which, by the way, some of these tweets were a little odd. Do you remember earlier when someone in chat said there are too many Michaels? Stop naming people Michael, right? I know that they were joking, but it seems she had tweeted at one point, I keep looking at my almost 4-day-old son, Michael, while trying to figure out who are the best Michaels to ever play and coach in the NFL. Sorry. I'm gonna leave this up while I drink some water. This was back in 2021. Dog, there's no way you were gazing lovingly at your newborn child, thinking about this man that you're cheating with. Your child that appears to be named after the man that you're cheating. There's literally no way. Let's see. Granted, that's just a guess. Who knows? Maybe they have a long history of Michaels in their family and it's completely unrelated. I'm trying to pull this other tweet. Oh, okay, here we go. Also, here's an example of her tweeting out sports news, right? In 2020, saying the Titans are not interested in Tom Brady. They are working hard to get a deal done with Ryan Tannehill per sources. Per sources. And somebody makes this actually misogynist joke, if we're being honest. Are you sleeping with Vrabel? Asks this person. In other words, like, how in the world would you possibly have this information? That's crazy. Only to find out, which of course doesn't justify the joke, that yeah, she was. So it definitely does call into question a lot of her journalism. Obviously, that's not an ethical thing to do. And then I just have this last one. She kind of seemed... Wait, someone said the random Twitter user was named Mike. What? Oh my god. Oh, dude. Why is literally everyone named Mike in the story? The random Twitter user is named Mike. That is so random. Also, you got eagle eyes over there. Anyways, what I was going to say was she kind of just seemed to tweet about Mike Vrabel a lot, just posting song parody lyrics involving Vrabel. I don't know. I don't even know if this one was real or not, but dog. There's a lot. There's a lot going on there. There's a lot going on there. Clearly naming your child Michael and having all these really close sources, and I'm kind of dead, but that's it. There's no, the story's over. This is from the day before yesterday. Before I move on to the next story about this podcast, bro, do we have anything else we want to say about Mike Vrabel and Diana Rossini? Someone said we're living in the simulation. Someone says she was down bad. It seems like she was a little. They both clearly were obsessed with each other a bit, which you should be, but like maybe not with someone who is not your spouse. Maybe not with someone who is not your spouse. Someone said my dad's name is Paul, but his nickname is Mike. See, too many Mikes. Unless your dad's a good Mike, in which case, Yay. That's good. That's a good thing. Someone said, honestly, couldn't they have said the kissing pic was AI and get out of it? Not when it looks so bad. That's the thing. I feel like if it was a really HD picture of them kissing, they probably could have been like, oh, what? You fell for ChatGPT, but actually it was really grainy and seedy, but you could tell who was in it. Definitely not AI in this case. Someone said, I feel so bad for their partners. Yeah. I'll talk about that a little bit. Let me drink some water. I've been trying to drink more water. More water. It's never enough water. Now I'm running out of water. Okay, hold on. It's possible to drink too much water. I'll get some in a second, but I will say this first. Like, I have two feelings on cheating. Both of them exist simultaneously in my head. I think my first one is like, I don't typically get as maybe outraged as some other people do when it comes to these cheating stories. Like, what I mean by that is a lot of people online God, how do I word this without sounding like I'm being dismissive? How do I word this without sounding like I'm being dismissive? I think cheating is seen as like the ultimate sin online by a lot of people that you could never possibly recover from, and they get really mad really quick. And I myself agree that it's a morally bad thing to do for many reasons. I maybe don't get as piqued by cheating stories as I feel like most people do talking about them. However, simultaneously, I feel like someone said, yes, me neither. I feel like cheating doesn't make you the devil, I fear. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. But simultaneously, though, even though this is going to sound contradictory, I also don't feel like people take cheating seriously enough. Someone said cheating is abuse. It literally is, though. Like, first of all, it's an incredibly dangerous thing to do to your partner, period. It's not safe. And then on top of that, it is a form of abuse, absolutely. So it's like normalized to the point where it's ubiquitous and people sing about it and they brag about it. And simultaneously, like, I think the frustration with how normalized it is winds up reflecting onto these individual cases where you have these people who don't know us and will never meet us being met with a lot of fury, which I feel like is understandable in the grand scheme of things. But it's really interesting. Someone said it's the lying. Yeah, no, cheating. That being said, though, it's still a bad thing. Like, if I knew somebody was cheating on somebody else, I would tell that person, like, yo, I think you should know this because, it's not a good thing. Someone said just joined in. What a fun topic I've joined in on. Yeah. Welcome to the cheating podcast where we just talk about cheating. Just kidding. It's not a podcast. But our next cheater is a podcaster, which is kind of interesting. Reading chat. Someone said cheating is a thing where it's not satanic, but it's unheavenly. Yeah, it's a pretty terrible thing. Someone said my mom thinks getting cheated on is normal, and I think it's so sad. That's kind of sad. Just like it being normalized to that point is a sad thing, honestly. But yeah, it's not a normal thing, and nobody deserves to be with somebody who's going to cheat on them, honestly. Someone said the manipulation, the gaslighting. Yeah, I think what's so disturbing about it is like it's abusive on so many levels, right? Like you're doing multiple things simultaneously. You're not just jeopardizing this person's health. You are likely lying to them. You're hiding things from them. And yeah, you will make them feel like they're going crazy, thinking things are happening that you're constantly denying. It's really disgusting. Someone said this was a whole affair. Yeah. Someone said cheating is the ultimate sin in the relationship. You're lying, disrespecting, and abusing your partner. That's a fair take. I understand why, and I agree that it is lying, abusing, and disrespecting your partner. Reading chat. Someone says she talked about her husband horribly too. Did she? I didn't have that part in my outline. I was mostly just following the timeline, but that's not a good thing. Someone said, yeah, if people could just communicate, maybe they could figure something out, or maybe they got to split. I don't know. Cheating is never the answer. I'm going to be honest, chat. Just break up with me. If you want to be with somebody else, then do it. I feel like, first of all, I'm not married, right? But like if somebody was married to me and they just so desperately also wanted to be with this other person, I would be like, that's fine. I mean, it's not, but go ahead and divorce me and then do whatever you want and be honest about what you're doing And yeah, we don't have to be in a relationship anymore. I think what is so cringe is that like people want the best of both worlds. Like, it's a pretty terrible way of putting this. What is this, Hannah Montana? But like people want to have their cake and eat it too, and I think that's what's so annoying. Like, honestly, just move on from me first. That's all I ask. There is no reason to cheat on people. Someone said, dude, just actually break up with me. Literally just break up with me. Serve me divorce papers and be like, you know what? I just straight up want to have a relationship with someone else. And I'll be like, huh? That's crazy of you. But I'm going to feel a lot less strongly than I would if I find out actually you have been having a relationship with someone else. Someone said much more honorable than cheating. It really is. It's still going to hurt. And it still kind of sucks because, like, what do you mean? But, like, Lord, it is orders of magnitude better to just move on first. Someone said, low-key, I feel like I'd understand just break up. Yeah, I also don't want someone to be with me if they don't want to be with me. I know that sounds really, like, self-explanatory, but seriously, if there's something else that you want in this life, even if it's not me, and you think that maybe there's more for you out there, then go get it. I'm not going to be supportive. I'm going to despise you because I'm going to be like, what do you mean I wasn't enough? But, like, I won't be cheated on, so I can cry myself to sleep with fewer tears than I would had you decided to cheat instead. Someone said I was dating someone for... Oh, commenter. You're giving me a good segue, even though I'm sorry for using this traumatic thing as a segue. Someone in chat said I was dating someone for half a year and then found out he had a girlfriend of 2 years. This is an example of how sometimes people can get wrapped up in cheating without actually being cheaters themselves because they're being lied to. And that is actually what the next person we're talking about has done, Andrew Huberman. All right. Let's go. Moving on. Okay, cool. But first I gotta drink some water. I need more water. I've been drinking so much water that I ran out of it. So give me like 2 minutes and I will be RB. This screen is gonna say 5 minutes, but just pretend it says 2. And it's also gonna say starting soon, but we started 1 hour and 22 minutes ago. So just pretend it says be right back. Three minutes and 7 seconds, close enough. 2 minutes, 2 minutes and 7 seconds. Someone said, what song is this? It's called Second Form. I forgot what I named it. All right, we back. We're so back, chat. Water. I'm sad that this contains fewer or it holds less water than my previous water bottle that I lost that one time because I couldn't take it into the venue with me, and I'm sad. Someone said the song is made by D'Angelo. Yes, it is. Well, we need to have another music stream where I actually just like make music. It'll be fun, but alas. All right. Someone said the football community is so misogynistic and egotistical. Dog, just a little bit of commentary from sports fans that I was seeing regarding this like Diana Vrabel situation was like mind-numbingly bad, and I was like, okay, this is why I don't rock with y'all. But anyways, it is what it is. It really, really, really is. Reading chat. Someone said I'll be so here for a music stream. Yes, it'll be fantastic. Okay. Anyways, Andrew. Andrew Huberman, American neuroscientist turned podcaster. Now, this is kind of funny because I realized that for as little as I know about sports, I actually follow podcasts even less. So I do know that he makes a lot of videos that people find to be adjacent to self-help with like a science-based perspective. Okay, that would be your Andrew Hubermans of the world. Reading chat. Someone said, I thought we would talk about Amanda and West. I don't know who Amanda and West are. Who is that? Someone said sometimes I feel like the sports communities aren't criticized enough. Yeah, I mean, that's a good point too, though. But like, not but, I would say, and I just don't want to talk about that. Like, how to word this? Hold on, chat. We're getting distracted. But like, I want to talk about this though. It is true that the sports community is like deeply misogyny is just one of their problems. Homophobic. Transphobic as well. Oh, really racist too, if I'm being honest. They have so many problems. Can be a pretty disgusting group of people, especially when they're congregating online. And then they're just the literal worst of the worst people, amplifying and signal boosting each other and stuff like that. And I'm sure it is true that they don't catch enough slack, but let me tell you, I'm not going to be not that they don't catch enough slack. I'm sure it's true that they don't catch enough flack. But let me tell you, I'm not going to be the one to dig through all of that. It's not going to be me. It's we're on some anti-Justin Timberlake stuff, though. It's not going to be me. I can't do it, dog. I don't like those people at all. It's the same way I feel about gamers, where like I'm not going to sit down and consistently make commentary about video games because the people who play them and are really loud about them already know that they're bad people. And they're not. Like, there's nothing I could say that would actually be valuable commentary. It would just be me getting hit with a bunch of slurs because I kicked the hornet's nest. Reading chat. Someone said accountability often needs to come from inside the community. Yeah, they would need someone who they would actually listen to, and I don't think it's gonna be me. I don't think the average sports fan is gonna click into this and think that, oh yeah, I'm really in a thinking place. I'm here to learn and deconstruct from this person. I don't think it's gonna be me. But that's just a guess. Maybe I'm not giving them enough credit. Actually, maybe sports fans would love hearing me call them everything that they are, which would take a while, but no dog. Someone said, yeah, I love you, but you ain't it. I just don't think I'm it. I'm a lot of things, but somebody who would be instantly trusted by your average sports fan as like one of the bros, don't think so. I don't think so. Anyways, Andrew Huberman, I'm just gonna be straight up honest with you. I ain't never listened to this man's podcast. So you could tell me he does anything on this podcast, from provide accurate and useful tools to help people to spew harmful pseudoscience, the likes of which has only been rivaled by Joe Rogan. And I would be like, great, either of those sounds true to me. The only reason I know who Andrew Huberman is because back in 2024, New York Magazine put out this long form deep dive called Andrew Huberman's Mechanisms of Control, which actually did not make that much of a splash, which he's really, really lucky about. Also, part of this is just because his audience was full of people who don't care about the things that are alleged in this article. But to tell this story, I'm going to go through this 2024 stuff and then tell you about this recent update involving the smear campaign of it all from like last week, which really throws a wrench into this whole story and incidentally connects it to a bunch of other things we've talked about, including Rebel Wilson. It's just a long story, dog. It's a long story. Let's just let New York Magazine tell us. I'll zoom out a little bit. Okay, is there no happy medium? Is there no happiness without this feeling? Okay, there we go. Close enough. Let's let New York Magazine explain this better than I ever could. For the past 3 years, one of the biggest podcasters on the planet has told a story to millions of listeners across half a dozen shows. There was a little boy, and the boy's family was happy, until one day, the boy's family fell apart. The boy was sent away. He floundered? That's what that's supposed to say. He floundered, he found therapy, he found science, he found exercise, and he became strong. Today, Andrew Huberman is a stiff, jacked 48-year-old associate professor of neurology and ophthalmology at the Stanford University School of Medicine. And he's 50 now. The inexorable passage of time slows for no man. He's given to delivering 3-hour lectures on subjects such as the health of our dopaminergic neurons. His podcast is revelatory largely because it does not condescend, which has not been the way of public health information in our time. He doesn't give the impression of someone diluting science to universally applicable sound bites for the slobbering masses. Dopamine is vomited out into the synapse or it's released volumetrically, but then it has to bind someplace and trigger those G-protein coupled receptors, and caffeine increases the density of those G-protein coupled receptors. Is how he explains the effects of coffee before exercise in a 2-hour and 60-minute deep dive that has, as of this writing, 8.9 million views on YouTube. Dog, it's wild. It's wild that like someone can be so famous without you hearing about them nowadays. Also, people are pointing out the phrasing of stiff and jacked. Is that what I said? Is that what this says? That's not what that said. Wait. The word stiff is such an... Sorry. That is such an odd word choice. That's a weird one, chat. What do you mean he's stiff? I feel like I get what they're saying. But stiff and jacked is just hilarious. Look, I have eyes. He is jacked. Stiff, I don't think was my first thought. Anyways, millions of people feel compelled to hear him draw distinctions between neuromodulators and classic neurotransmitters. Many of these people will then adopt an associated protocol. They follow his elaborate morning routine. They will model the most basic functions of human life, sleeping, eating, seeing, on his sober advice. They will tell their friends to do the same. He's not like the other bro podcasters, they will say, and they will be correct. He's a tenured Stanford professor associated with a Stanford lab. He knows the difference between a neuromodulator and a neurotransmitter. He's just back from a sold-out tour in Australia where he filled the Sydney Opera House. Wait, he filled it? Wow. Stanford at one point hung signs, authorized personnel only, apparently to deter fans in search of the lab. Someone said being so jacked you can't move isn't a flex, literally. Yeah, it's the opposite of a flex, dog. So anyways, I think you get the shtick at this point. It was like science bro podcast, but maybe with actual science. Question mark. Anyways, they go on talking about how he's like remarkably down to earth. Oh, my bad. Remarkably down to earth, despite, being smart or whatever. talking about Goop. Let's just skip all of this. Talking about Joe Rogan. I'm gonna cry. I think we get the point. Anyways, Huberman has been in therapy, he says, since high school. He has, in fact, several therapists, and psychiatrist Paul Conti appears on his podcast frequently to discuss mental health. Therapy is, quote, hard work, like going to the gym and doing an effective workout. It's true. The brain is a machine that needs tending. Our cells will benefit from the careful management of stress. I love mechanism, says Huberman. I like mechanism as well. Our feelings are integral to the apparatus. There are Huberman husbands, men who optimize, a phenomenon not to be confused with hashtag Daddy Huberman used by women on TikTok in the man's thrall. No, it's not. You had to hit a word count. This isn't a true and a real thing that's happening. I refuse to believe this. Why did it bring up a color picker? It brought up a color picker. Okay, hold on. There's literally no. They're right. POV, you'll do anything Daddy Huberman says. If you've ever wondered what Daddy Huberman looks like in real life, I have you ever heard of Huberman husbands? Chat, I want it to be. I wanted that to be a lie. I didn't want it to be true. It's a bad habit. It's a bad tendency to read info and not want it to be true. But at least I verify. And yeah, I guess he is. Is it just because he's so stiff? All right, so let's see. So, reading here, it says, for Andrew Huberman to become your teacher and mine, as he very much was for a period this fall, says the writer, a period in which I diligently absorbed sun upon waking, drank no more than once a week, practiced physiological sighs in traffic, and said to myself out loud in my living room, I also love mechanism, a period during which I began to think seriously for the first time in my life about reducing stress, and during which both my husband and my young child saw tangible benefit from repeatedly immersing themselves in frigid water, a period in which I realized that I not only liked the podcast, but I liked other women who liked this podcast. He must be in some way better than the rest of us. Huberman sells a dream of control down to the cellular level, but something has gone wrong. In the midst of immense fame, a chasm has opened between the podcaster preaching dopaminergic restraint and a man with newfound wealth with access to a world unseen by most professors. The problem with a man always working on himself is that he may also be working on you. So we have... What do you call his fan base? The Huberman husbands would be the men. I don't know what you call the women. But you have this person saying, is the big podcast influencer maybe a grifter? No way. Is that what you're going to tell us in this article? All right, so anyways. It says right here. We'll start right here. By then, he had a partner, Sarah, which is not her real name. Sarah was someone who could talk to anyone about anything. She was dewy and strong, and in her mid-40s. Dewy and strong, and in her mid-40s. I think I just don't like this writer's word choices all the time. If Huberman is a stiff, jacked 48-year-old professor, his partner Sarah was a dewy and strong mid-40s person. Anyway, someone said dewy. I'm really stuck on dewy. I know what it means. Like, I'm not trying to play dumb. People can look dewy. You can look like your skin is glistening and like you're very, I don't know, youthful, fresh-faced. It's a word. This is not an inaccurate usage. I'm losing it over here, dog. Anyways, dewy and strong and in her mid-40s, though she looked a decade younger, with 2 small kids from a previous relationship. She had old friends who adored her and no trouble making new ones. She came across as scattered in the way she jumped readily from topic to topic in conversation, losing the thread before returning to it. But she was in fact extremely organized. So she was just like me. Hey, we could have been friends. Am I dewy enough? Do you think I'm dewy enough to fit in Sarah's friend group? She was a woman who kept track of things. Oh, never mind. We couldn't be friends. She was an entrepreneur who could organize a meeting, a skill she would need later for reasons she could not possibly have predicted. When I asked her a question in her home recently, she said the answer would be on an old phone. She stood up, left for only a moment, and returned with a box labeled old phones. Sarah's relationship with Andrew began in February 2018 in the Bay Area. Wait, someone said AI wrote this? You know what, chat? I actually genuinely don't believe that. I think usually when I encounter really weird, odd word choices that rub me the wrong way, and I'm just like, but in this case, I actually feel like this is still pretty well written. Like, am I cringing at part of it? Yes, because of the source material, but for such a long article, it is very clear, it is very consistent, and it doesn't have very many of the hallmarks of AI writing at all. I think a human wrote this, and sometimes humans just use wacky words like Dewey or Stiff. So it's just a weird human person. Yeah, I appreciate this writing. Look, you could say the same thing about my writing as well. If you ever read some of the things that I write, you might just say to yourself, wow, of all the ways that you could have phrased that, this is certainly one of them. Anyways, Sarah's relationship with someone said, I don't know, I think this article is reading really well. Yeah, dog, it's a good article. I nitpick everything. I'm so annoying, but credit where credit's due. Sarah's relationship with Andrew began in February 2018 in the Bay Area where they both lived. He messaged her on Instagram and said he owned a home in Piedmont, a wealthy city separate from Oakland. That turned out to not be precisely true. He lived off Piedmont Avenue, which was in Oakland. He was courtly and a bit formal, as he would later be on the podcast. In July, in her garden, Sarah says she asked to clarify the depth of their relationship. They decided, she says, to be exclusive. Big deal. Okay, so he has told Sarah, hey, it's just you and me. We agree, shake on it. I don't know if they shook hands, but I would do that. Both had devoted their lives to healthy living, exercise, good food, good info. They cared immoderately about what went into their bodies. Andrew could command a room and clearly took pleasure in doing so. He was busy and handsome, healthy, and extremely ambitious. Okay, I think they just needed to get somebody who was not a fan of Andrew Huberman to write this, and this might have gone down a little easier. He gave the impression of working on himself throughout their relationship. He would talk about repair and healthy merging. He was devoted to his bull mastiff, Costello, who he worried over constantly. Was Costello comfortable sleeping properly? Andrew liked to dote on the dog, she says, and he liked to be doted on by Sarah. I was never sitting around him, she says. She cooked for him and felt glad when he relished what she had made. Sarah was willing to have unprotected sex because she believed they were monogamous. Kind of a big deal. Earlier when I was saying like, hey, it's actually really incredibly, like insanely dangerous to cheat on people. This is why. Because if you're making choices like this based off of information that you were being lied to about, that's actually really, really bad. On Thanksgiving in to be clear, this is in no way blaming her for this. Andrew is the one who is completely responsible for all of this. But this is why you can't cheat on people like this. On Thanksgiving in 2018, Sarah planned to introduce Andrew to her parents and close friends. She was cooking. Andrew texted repeatedly to say he would be late, and then later, according to a friend, he was just, oh yeah, I'll be there. Oh, I'm going to be running hours late. And then, of course, all these things were planned around his arrival, and he just kept going, oh, I'm going to be late. And then it's the end of the night, and he's like, oh, I'm sorry, this and this happened. Pet peeve discovered. If you know that you're not coming to a function, you better tell me as soon as you find out. Do you understand? As soon as you find out. I'm sorry. You might piss me off a little bit. If you're like, I'm sorry, I actually can't come to that thing. And I was like, what? I'm going to be sad that I can't see you because I wanted to. But like, I'm also going to probably understand because like life does actually happen. And if you're like, I can't, sorry, I'm just be like, oh, that sucks, let's try again later. But if you know that you are not going to show up and you keep texting me, oh, I'm on my way, oh, I'm running late, and you keep running out the time until the thing ends and you're like, oh, sorry, I missed it, which I have had multiple people do, by the way. People do this. Just speak up, dog. Just speak up. Anyways, Huberman disappearing was something of a pattern. Friends, girlfriends, and colleagues describe him as hard to reach. The list of reasons for not showing up included a book, timestamping the podcast. Costello, this man is not timestamping his own podcast. Costello, wildfires, and a meetings tunnel. He's flaky and doesn't respond to things, says his friend Brian McKenzie, a health influencer who's collaborated with him on breathing protocols. And if you can't handle that, Andrew is definitely not somebody you want to be close to. If you don't love me at my latest, you don't deserve me at my stiffest, said Brian McKenzie. Sorry, I don't even think that was funny. But I did say it. This is so stupid. He, in some ways, disappeared, says Dave Spiegel, a Stanford psychiatrist who calls Andrew prodigiously smart and intensely engaging. God, everybody in this dude's life was just in love with him. Relatable. I'm just kidding. Anyways, I mean, I recently got a really nice email from him, which I was touched by. I really was. In 2018, before he was famous, Huberman invited a Colorado-based investigative journalist and anthropologist, Scott Carney, to his home in Oakland for a few days. The two would go camping and discuss their mutual interest in actionable science. It had been Huberman, a fan of Carney's book, What Doesn't Kill Us, who initially reached out, and the two became friendly over phone and email. Huberman confirmed Carney's list of camping gear: sleeping bag, bug spray, boots. When Carney got there, the two did not go camping. Huberman simply disappeared for most of a day and a half while Carney stayed home with Huberman's dog. Now, on the one hand, I wouldn't mind showing up to your house just to hang out with your dog for a day and a half, because I don't have a dog, but I do think that they're very sweet. So me being able to, like, just, you know, some attention, energy, and then give doggy back to you and I leave. Ideal scenario. But if you told me we were going camping, what are we doing here? He puttered around Huberman's place, buying a juice, walking through the neighborhood, waiting for him to return. It was extremely weird, says Carney. Huberman texted from elsewhere saying he was busy working on a grant. A spokesperson for Huberman says he clearly communicated to Carney that he went to work. Eventually, instead of camping, the two went on a few short hikes. Even when physically present, Huberman can be hard to track. I don't have total fidelity to who Andrew is, says his friend Patrick Dorset. Sorry, there's sirens in the background. I have no idea if you can hear them, but just ignore them. There's always a little unknown there. He describes Andrew as an amazing thought partner with almost total recall. Such a memory that one feels the need to watch what one says. A stray comment could surface 3 years later. And yet at other times, you're like, all right, I'm saying words and he's nodding or he's responding, but I can tell something I said sent him down the path that he's continuing to have internal dialogue about, and I need to wait for him to come back. So all this to say, it sounds like in general, he was flaky, inconsiderate of people's time, and tended to just leave them hanging a lot, which doesn't mean that somebody is cheating at all. It just might indicate that they it's so hard talking about a story when I know the ending and trying not to give it away, but let's just keep going. Some said the sirens are for Huberman. Oh my gosh. Someone said, I'm lost. Who are we talking about? Scroll back. You can always go back. Andrew Huberman declined to be interviewed for the story. Through a spokesman, Huberman says he did not become exclusive with Sarah until late 2021, that he was not doted on. The tasks between him and Sarah were shared based on mutual agreement and proficiency, that their Thanksgiving plans were tentative, and that he maintains a very busy schedule and shows up to the vast majority of his commitments. Okay, great. So you could just take this man's word for it that this woman is lying about literally every single point in her story, even though this article quite brilliantly just pulled 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of his male friends, which all seem to confirm the behavior that she's illustrating, but that's okay. See, this is actually a pretty good article. Like, they might have a few silly words here and there, but this is actually written pretty well. In the fall of 2020, Huberman sold his home in Oakland and rented one in Topanga, a wooded canyon enclave contiguous with Los Angeles. When he came back to Stanford, he stayed with Sarah, and when he was in Topanga, Sarah was often with him. When they fought, she says, it was typically because Andrew would fixate on her past choices. The men she had been with before him. Ew. The 2 children she had with another man. Why are you mad about this? I experienced his rage, Sarah recalls, as 2 to 3 days of yelling in a row. When he was in the state, he would go on until 11 or 12 at night and sometimes start again at 2 or 3 in the morning. Oh, God. Okay, so That's weird. This is not weird. Actually, that's terrible behavior to mistreat someone for having a life before you, essentially, is what I'm gaining from this. The relationship struck Sarah's friends as odd. At one point, Sarah says, I just want to be with my kids and cook for my man. I was like, who says that? Says a close friend. I mean, I've known her for 30 years. She's a powerful, decisive, strong woman. We grew up in this very feminist community. That's not a thing either of us would ever say. Another friend found him stressful to be around. I tried to be open-minded, she said of the relationship. I don't want to be the most negative, non-supportive friend just because of my personal observations and disgust over somebody. When they were together, he was buzzing, anxious. He was like, oh, my dog needs his blanket this way. And I'm like, your dog is just laying there and super cozy. Why are you being weird about the blanket? So at this point, it sounds like her friends were like, he's kind of weird, but you know, it's our girl Sarah. Sarah is as Sarah does. Sarah was not the only person who experienced the extent of Andrew's anger. In 2019, this part is wild, Carney sent Huberman materials from his then forthcoming book, The Wedge, in which Huberman appears. He asked Huberman to confirm the parts in which he was mentioned. For months, Huberman did not respond. Carney sent a follow-up email. If Huberman did not respond, he would assume everything was accurate. In 2020, after months of saying he was too busy to review the materials, Huberman called him and, Carney says, came at him in a rage. I've never had a source I thought was friendly go bananas, says Carney, screaming. Huberman threatened to sue and accused Carney of violating Navy OPSEC. Okay. It had become by then one of the most perplexing relationships of Carney's life. That year, Carney agreed to Huberman's invitation to swim with sharks on an island off Mexico. First, Carney would have to spend a month of his summer getting certified at Denver. He did, at considerable expense. Huberman then canceled the trip a day before they were set to leave. I think Andrew likes building up people's expectations, says Carney, and then he actually enjoys the opportunity to pull the rug out from under you. So obviously, it does sound like his partner was catching the brunt of his weirdness, but also that it could not be contained to a single relationship. Dude was just very strange with everyone, according to the people interviewed in this article, allegedly. All right, so in January 2021, he launches the podcast. Woo! Yay! Talks a little bit about loneliness and all of these things, etc. They're kind of getting more into like his, what's the word I'm trying to say? Like his methodology and his mantras, his insights, etc. But it says right here, in August 2021, Sarah says she read Andrew's journal and discovered a reference to cheating. Uh-oh. She says, gutted. I hear you are saying you're angry and hurt, he texted her the same day. I will hear you as much as long as needed for us. I need to go get a prop. No, hold on. Wait, no. I can't make this joke. I can't make this joke or I'm going to get in trouble. I'm going to get in trouble. Let me just put it like this. If somebody cheated on me, no, you know what? Hold on. I'm gonna go get my prop. I'll be right back. It's in the top of a closet for some reason. I'm worried it's gonna like fall on my head. Okay, found it. Okay. If I found out that somebody was cheating on me and I tell them this, I'm like, yo, what's this? And then they text me, I hear you saying that you're angry and hurt. Yeah. And I'm going to continue hearing you as much as you need me to do so. I'm going to be like, what you're going to continue is down the highway, exit 24. This is the international airport. You could book a flight wherever you want. Your mom's house. I don't know. You could figure it out. I swear to God, I would react with so much rage if somebody said that to me. Like, what do you mean? What do you mean? Someone said I would crash out. I would crash out if somebody tried to make this my problem. And it's like, okay, yeah, I hear you. I'm really here for you. Anyways, someone said that part. Anyway, Andrew and Sarah wanted children together. Optimizers sometimes prefer not to conceive naturally. One can exert more control when procreation involves a lab. What? Andrew and Sarah wanted children together. Optimizers, people like Andrew Huberman, sometimes prefer not to conceive naturally. One can exert more control when procreation involves a lab. Sarah began the first of several rounds of IVF. Okay. That in general, that would literally be an entirely different video. And this is not me knocking IVF, by the way. Just this idea of like we need to have more control over the child that we're cooking up is very interesting to me. A spokesperson for Huberman denies that he and Sarah had decided to have children together, clarifying that they did decide to create embryos via IVF. Okay, this guy is literally full of it. Even in this interview, his chance to somehow defend himself, he corroborates that he and Sarah together did start the IVF process, but says, no, we never said we were actually going to have children together. Yes, obviously he told her they were going to have children. Why else would you do this? That doesn't make any sense. So I'm sorry, his attempted refutation of this is literally nonsensical, but we're supposed to believe him, and Sarah is the one who's lying about everything. In 2021, she tested positive for a high-risk form of HPV, one of the variants linked to cervical cancer. I had never tested positive, she says, and I had been tested regularly for 10 years. A spokesperson for Huberman says he has never tested positive for HPV, but according to the CDC, there is literally no approved test for HPV in men. That's what they're saying the CDC says. When she brought it up, she says, he told her you could contract HPV from many things. This is literally infuriating. That is gaslighting, right? I think that people tend to misuse the term gaslighting, and I myself am unfortunately guilty of that. Just anytime I'm being like misled or duped or whatever, I'm just like, oh, not the gaslighting, but like this is an example of how dangerous and weird that is, of her trying to tell him like, yo, I contracted this and I'm pretty sure you know, you might have something to do with it. And he's like, it could have been anything. It could have been anything, while cheating on her. Crazy. I'd be remiss if I didn't ask about truth-telling and deception, Andrew told evolutionary psychology David Buss on a November 2021 episode of Huberman Lab called How Humans Select and Keep Romantic Partners in the Short and Long Term. They were talking about regularities across cultures and mate preferences. Could you tell us, Andrew asked, about how men and women leverage deception versus truth-telling and communicating some of the things around mate choice selection? Effective tactics for men, said the gravel-voiced 68-year-old Buss, are often displaying cues to long-term interest. Men tend to exaggerate the depths of their feelings for a woman. That's just depressing. Let's talk about infidelity in committed relationships, Andrew says, laughing. I'm guessing it does happen. You're on a podcast laughing about, like, let's talk about cheating, a thing that I'm sure some people do, when you seemingly gave your partner... Oh, okay, sorry, this is crazy. Men who have affairs tend to have affairs with a larger number of affair partners, said Buss. And so which then by definition can't be long lasting. You can't, added Buss Riley, have the long-term affairs with 6 different partners. Yeah, said Andrew. Unless he's and here Andrew looked into the distance, juggling multiple phone accounts or something of that sort. Right. And some men try to do that, but I think it could be very taxing, says Buss. If you're like, why does this feel like foreshadowing? Let me drink some water. Let me drink some water. Keep in mind, these are the people platforms telling everybody else how to fix their life. You're gonna tell me what protocol I should be following to be happier, dog. Fix the part where you are a terrible human being. Anyways, by 2022, Andrew was legitimately famous. Typical headlines read, I tried the Stanford professor's top productivity routine, and Google CEO uses non-sleep deep rest to relax. Reese Witherspoon told the world that she was sure to get 10 minutes of sunlight in the morning and tagged Andrew. When he was not on his own podcast, Andrew was on somebody else's. He kept the place in Topanga, but he and Sarah began splitting rent in Berkeley. In June 2022, they fully combined lives. Sarah relocated her family to Malibu to be with him. According to Sarah, Andrew's rage intensified with cohabitation. He fixated on her decision to have children with another man. She says he told her that being with her was like bobbing for apples and feces. God, that's such a weird and disgusting thing to say about anyone for any reason. The pattern of your 11 years while rooted in subconscious drives, he told her in December 2021, creates a nearly impossible set of hurdles for us. You have to change. Sorry. It's just like we're literally just reading about emotional abuse, just verbally abusing her, denigrating her for the life that she lived before joining, and literally trying to force and mold her into being somebody else and yelling at her and raging at her when she does not. God. Sarah was in fact changing. She felt herself getting smaller, constantly appeasing. She apologized again and again and again. I've been selfish, childish, and confused, she said. As a result, I need your protection. Which, by the way, this is why, like, you literally cannot ask people why they stay in abusive relationships. You can't do it. You can't do it. I, unfortunately, have literally seen firsthand. I'm not talking about in Friends. I'm not talking about on TV. I've witnessed firsthand how it does make you feel smaller. It can. It really, really, really does, to the point where, like, leaving is not even a thought in your mind at this point. You're literally just trying to withstand the scenario that you've been put in. And people would say that you've put yourself in, but it's not how that works at all. Nobody willingly enters a scenario like this. It's more so like quicksand. You're in it. Now, how do you get out of it when you're literally sinking deeper and deeper into it as time goes on? Anyways, a spokesperson for Huberman denies Sarah's accounts of their fights, denies that his rage denies that his rage intensified with cohabitation, denies that he fixated on Sarah's decision to have children with another man, and denies that he said being with her was like bobbing for apples and feces. A spokesperson said, Dr. Huberman is very much in control of his emotions. Then why was he raging at that other guy that he was going to sue? Because he violated Navy OPSEC, whatever that means. The first 3 rounds of IVF did not produce healthy embryos, and in the spring of 2022, enraged again about her past, Andrew asked Sarah to explain in detail what he called her bad choices, most especially having her second child. She wrote it out and read it aloud to him. A spokesperson for Huberman denies this incident and says he does not regard her having a second child as a bad choice. He's unhinged. According to this is literally unhinged behavior. Like, sit down and feel bad, because now you've made it harder for us to have children, is what he's implying, because you dare to already have kids. Also, like, referring to real human beings this way as like bad choices is literally crazy. Not crazy, actually. I'm crazy with my cocktail of disorders. This is just unhinged and evil, honestly. Anyways, scrolling down past this, talking a little bit more about like the methodology on this podcast, which the things that I'm skipping, by the way, are pretty useful. It does just kind of imply that like the more you watch his podcast and the way he talks about people and interacting with them, it largely seems to support this account of everything that people are saying about him. Anyway, so talking a little bit about his past, etc. Getting back to Sarah, though. Whenever Sarah had suspicions about Andrew's interactions with another woman, he had a particular way of talking about the woman in question. She says he She says he said the women were stalkers, alcoholics, and compulsive liars. Oh, that's so weird. He told her that one woman tore out her hair with chunks of flesh attached to it. He told a story about a woman who fabricated a story about a dead baby to entrap him. Okay, so she's like, yo, what's up with these people that you're talking to? And he's like, they're crazy. These people are crazy. These women they're literally insane. Like, I'm sure that wasn't remotely misogynist the way he was describing it. A spokesperson for Huberman denies the account of the denigration of women and the dead baby stories and says the hair story was taken out of context. Most of the time, Sarah believed him. The women probably were crazy. He was a celebrity. He had to be careful. Someone said my exes was crazy typey. Yeah, no, it's very much that of like, really? So every single woman that you're around or were around just happens to be, and I'm sorry, chat, forgive my verbiage here, like an unhinged banshee. There are a lot of men who will talk about like their exes this way, or like every single woman except the person they're with, and they'll be like, yeah, she's great. She's my world. Because these other women are crazy. You can't take them anywhere. And I find that to be such an icky way. It's actually really, 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 really common. Also, one thing that I think is really disturbing is like a lot of dudes will be like, I love my wife or my girlfriend because she's not like other women. And I'm like, dog. You're not even like, I don't want to sit here and call everything misogyny because I don't want to sound like a broken record or like I'm going too hard or whatever, but I'm just talking to my male friends, and in all male context, I get this talking point repeated a lot of like, yeah, my girlfriend, she's not even like other women. My wife is not even, and I'm just like, what do I say? I'm just like, well, she is a woman though. Like, what is wrong with other women? I guess maybe that's my main question that I always want to ask when people say that. I'm like, what's the issue with other women that your partner is apparently better for not having? It's all just really weird. Someone said the red flag is flagging. It's almost always associated with some sort of later behavior. And I'm just like, okay, yeah, turns out it was misogyny. Sometimes, I mean, everything is misogyny. Yeah, no, dog. Like, yes, you're correct. Anyways, it was in August 2022 that Sarah noticed she and Andrew could not go out without being thronged by people. On a camping trip in Washington State that same month, Sarah brought syringes and a cooler with ice packs. Every day of the trip, he injected the drugs meant to stimulate fertility into her stomach. This was round 4. Later that month, Sarah says she grabbed Andrew's phone when he had left it in the bathroom, checked his text, and found conversations with someone we will call Eve. All right, chat. The story's been written really clearly so far. We have Andrew, all of Andrew's weird friends. We have Sarah, and now Eve, this person. Some of these conversations took place during the camping trip they had just taken. Your feelings matter, he told Eve on a very same day when he injected his girlfriend with the stuff they needed for fertility. I'm actually very much a caretaker. And later, I'm back on grid tomorrow and would love to see you this weekend. Caught having an affair, Andrew was apologetic. The landscape has been incredibly hard, he said. I let the stress get to me. I defaulted to self-safety. I've also sat with the hardest of feelings. I hear your insights, he said, and honestly, I appreciate them. Booking.com? Booking.yeah. Let's Expedia. Whatever you need to do, acquire that plane ticket. I need you out my life immediately. Go find a hotel. Go find somewhere that is not here, because I'm not going to be responsible. I'm not going to be responsible for myself if somebody put me in this scenario. You have sat with the hardest of feelings. You are cheating on your partner, who you were trying to have a child with, by the way, and who has relocated her entire life for you. Sarah noticed how courteous he was with Eve. So many offers, she pointed out, to process and work through things. Eve, all right, is an ethereally beautiful actress, the kind of woman from whom it is hard to look away. Where Sarah exudes a winsome, chaotic energy, Eve is intimidatingly collected. Eve saw Andrew on Raya in 2020 and messaged him on Instagram. They went for a swim in Venice and he complimented her form. You're definitely he said, on the faster side of the distribution. She found him to be an extraordinary listener, and she liked the way he appeared to be interested in her internal life. He was busy all the time with his book and eventually the podcast, his dog, his responsibilities at Stanford. Same story, right? I'm willing to do the repair work on this, he said when she called him out for standing her up. Or, this sucks, but doesn't deter my desire and commitment to see you and establish clear lines of communication and trust. These women had the unfortunate experience of they accidentally dated ChatGPT. That's what it's sounding like. This man is literally just giving large language model. Like, you literally just say words in any order that you think they want to hear, but they don't mean anything. Despite his endless excuses for not showing up, he seemed, to Eve, to be serious about deepening their relationship, which lasted on and off for 2 years. Here's the rough part. Eve had the impression that he was not seeing anyone else. She was willing to have unprotected sex. This is now 2 people at the same time that are doing this, because each of these people thinks that this man is exclusively with them because he has led them to believe this or said it outright. As the relationship intensified over the years, he talked often about the family he one day wanted. Oh God, our children would be amazing, he said. She asked for book recommendations and he suggested jokingly, Huberman, Why We Make Babies. I'm at the stage of life where I truly want to build a family, he told her. That's a resounding theme for me. How to mesh lives, he said in a voice memo, a fundamental question. One time she heard him say on Joe Rogan that he had a girlfriend. She texted him to ask about it and he responded immediately. He had a stalker, he said, and so his team had decided to invent a partner for the listening public. I later learned, Eve tells me with characteristic equanimity, that this was not true. Bro was such a bad cheater, you literally mentioned Sarah on a podcast, got caught, and was like, oh, what? No, we just pretend that I'm not single. Oh my God, this is so bad. In September 2022, Eve noticed that Sarah was looking at her Instagram stories, not commenting or liking, just looking. Impulsively, Eve messaged her. Is there anything you'd rather ask me directly? She said. They set up a call. F you, Andrew, she messaged him. Sarah moved out in August 2023, but says she remained in a committed relationship with Huberman. A spokesperson for Huberman says they were separate. Okay. I think anytime this article says a spokesperson for Huberman said, we could literally just ignore it. It's a lie. At Thanksgiving that year, she noticed he was wiggly every time his cell phone came out at the table, trying to avoid, she suspected, being photographed. She says she did not leave him until December. According to Sarah, the relationship ended, as it had started, with a lie. He had been at her place for a couple of days and left for his place to prepare for a Zoom call. They planned to go Christmas shopping the next day. Sarah showed up at his house and found him on the couch with another woman. She could see him through the window. If you're going to be a cheater, she advises me later, do not live in a glass house. Okay, so you can't, like, all women are bad your way out of being caught with one literally through a window by your actual current partner who you were trying to have children with. On January 11th, a woman we'll call Alex began liking all of Sarah's Instagram posts. Yes. 7 of them in a minute. Sarah messaged her, I think you're friends with my ex, Andrew Huberman. Are you one of the women he cheated on me with? Alex is an intense, direct, highly educated woman who lives in New York. She was sleeping with Andrew and she had no idea there had been a girlfriend. I think we should talk, she said. Over the following weeks, Sarah and Alex never stopped texting. She helps me hold my boundary against him, said Sarah. Keep him blocked, she said. You need to let go of the idea of him. Instead of texting Andrew, Sarah texted Alex. Sometimes they just talked about their days and not about Andrew at all. Sarah still thought beautiful Eve, on the other hand, might be crazy because they were being misled by Andrew. But they talked some more and brought her into the group chat. Soon there were others. There was Mary, a dreamy, charismatic Texan he had been seeing for years. Her friends called Andrew Breadcrumbs, given his tendency to disappear. There was a 5th woman in LA, funny and fast talking. Alex had been apprehensive. She felt foolish for believing Andrew's lies and worried that the other women would seem foolish, therefore compounding her shame. Foolish women were not, however, what she found. Each of the 5 was assertive and successful and educated and sharp-witted. There had been a type, and there were very diverse expressions of that type. I can't believe how crazy I thought you were, Mary told Sarah. No one struck anyone else as a stalker. No one had made up a story about a dead baby or torn out hair with chunks in it. I haven't slept with anyone but him for 6 years, Sarah told the group. If it makes you feel any better, Alex joked. According to the CDC, they had all slept with one another. So he was on a podcast. Podcaster said, like, oh man, it's like you can't really cheat over a long term with 6 people. And Huberman's like, yeah, that would be kind of hard to do unless you had multiple, like, he was cheating with 5 different women, multiple of which actually believed that she was his life partner who was going to have children with him. This is the fact that this article did not blow up when it was released. When Huberman is indeed so powerful, I meant to say popular, kind of a Freudian slip. When Huberman himself is so popular, is literally wild. Literally wild. Someone said, I just got here, what are we doing? The most, but achieving the least. The women compared timestamp screenshots of texts and assembled therein an extraordinary record of deception. There was a day in Texas, this is literally unhinged. There was a day in Texas when, after Sarah left his hotel, Andrew slept with Mary and texted Eve. They found days in which he would text nearly identical pictures of himself to 2 of them at the same time. They realized the day before he had moved in with Sarah in Berkeley, he had slept with Mary, and he had also been with her in December 2023, the weekend before Sarah caught him on the couch with a 6th woman. He was I got stun locked. Everybody in his life saying we can't find Andrew because he was in 6 relationships and lying to each of these people, trying to keep them separate. Like 6 relationships. They realized that on March 21st, 2021, a day of admittedly impressive logistical jiu-jitsu, while Sarah was in Berkeley, Andrew had flown Mary from Texas to LA to stay with him in Topanga. While Mary was there visiting from thousands of miles away, he left her with Costello. He drove to a coffee shop where he met Eve. They had a serious talk about their relationship. They thought they were in a good place. He wanted to make it work. Phone died. He texted Mary, who was waiting for him back at the place in Topanga, and later to Eve, thank you for being so next level gorgeous and sexy. Sleep well, beautiful, he texted Sarah. The scheduling alone, Alex tells me, I can barely schedule 3 Zooms in a day. In the aggregate, Andrew's therapeutic language took on a sinister edge. It was communicating a commitment that was not real, a profound interest in the internality of women that was then used to manipulate them. Does Huberman have vices? Asked an anonymous Reddit poster. I remember him saying, reads the first comment, that he loves croissants. Yeah, he also is a serial cheater. Dude. Let's let that set before we move on. Someone said, this is insane. I can barely live my one life. I always joke, it's not really funny, but I always joke that, like, I wouldn't cheat on somebody because it's just too much paperwork. Like, I mean, the main reason is I wouldn't disrespect somebody by doing that, and I wouldn't disrespect myself by doing it, if we're being honest. But also, it is complicated. It's not an easy thing to do, and I have too much anxiety that I would be caught as well. But like 6 people? Someone say at this point he's doing it for the thrill. Yeah, no, like this is for all of his trying to paint each of these 6 women as being basically unwell or like in some way just deeply disconnected from reality and not a normal person. He is literally the one that is actually like a level of bonkers that is unbelievable, genuinely unbelievable. Anyways, while Huberman has been criticized for having too few women guests on his podcast, he is solicitous and deferential towards those he interviews. In a January 2023 episode, Dr. Sarah Gottfried argued that patriarchal messaging and white supremacy contribute to the deterioration of women's health. This is true. And Andrew responds with a story about how his beloved trans mentor, Ben Bars, had experienced, quote, intense suppression and oppression at MIT before transitioning. Psychology is influencing biology, he says with concern. And you're saying these power dynamics are impacting it. What? That's such a... Lord. Sorry. That's... I don't even have time to break this down, but essentially you're talking to a doctor, Dr. Sarah Gottfried, about misogyny and women's health, and then you immediately bring up a man, Ben Bars, and start talking about his pre-transition experience, and then saying psychology is influencing biology. I think I'm gonna have to move on from that one. I think I'm gonna have to move on. Bro was literally just saying words, but like if I did try to ascribe any sort of meaning to them, it would actually be pretty bad. So let's just skip. In private, he could sometimes seem less concerned about patriarchy. Multiple women recall him saying he preferred the kind of relationship in which the woman was monogamous and the man was not. He told me, says Mary, that what he wanted was a woman who was submissive, who he could slap in the behind in public, and who would be crawling on the floor for him when he got home. Okay. A spokesperson for Huberman denies... Man, the spokesperson for Huberman can kick rocks and flip-flops at this point. The women continued to compare notes. He had his little ways of checking in. Good morning, beautiful. There was a particular way he would respond to a sexy picture. Hi there. I don't like reading. I don't like reading. It's actually really traumatic knowing how to read. What did they say? Reading is fundamental. They used to say that when I was a kid. Reading is fundamental. No, chat. Reading isn't fundamental. My ability to process English language as an English speaker, reading English words, has only ever been detrimental to me. I would be so much happier if I had not read any of these words. I'm sorry. Why? It's giving. We should all know less about each other. Someone said, hi there. Stop it. Stop it. It's very much giving. We should all know less about each other. Someone said Gen Alpha can't read well. Will they be less traumatized? Jokes aside, though, reading is very important. Very, very, very deeply important thing. Please keep teaching our kids how to read. Actually, I think like kids might be struggling a bit with this, which is not a good thing. I'm never advocating for anti-intellectualism. Just making a joke about how I hate words sometimes. Anyways, back to this. Let me zoom back in. I think I had it on 200. A spokesperson with Huberman, okay, says he had not been monogamous with Sarah until late 2021, but a recorded conversation he had with Alex suggested that in May of that year, he had led Sarah to believe otherwise. Well, she was under the impression that we were exclusive at the time, he said. Women are not dumb like that, dude, Alex responded. She was under the impression? Then you were giving her that impression. Andrew agreed. That's what I meant. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to put it on her. So, yeah, no, like, dog, I'm sorry. Everything in this article is true, clearly, right? Obviously. Or 5 or 6 women are lying about one guy. The kind of women to whom Andrew Huberman was attracted, the kind of women who were attracted to him. These were the women who paid attention to what went into their bodies, women who made avoiding toxicity a central focus of their lives. They researched non-hormone disrupting products, avoided sugar, ate organic. They were disgusted by the knowledge that they had had sex with someone who had an untold number of partners. All of them wondered how many others there were. When Sarah found Andrew with the other woman, there had been a black pickup truck in the driveway and she had taken a picture. The women traced the plates, but they hit a dead end and never found her. I do think that, like, there's also an element here of how to word this. Him clearly going after people who are considered to have like strong personality types, or, you know, to be really independent or whatever. Like, first of all, the framework of what makes a strong independent personality type or what doesn't is a little dicey in the first place. But it's truly not lost on me that, like, what this article is insisting, or what this article is kind of getting at, each of these was a person who exerted a good deal of control over the things in their own life and clearly took a lot of pride in that. And he definitely seemed to get something out of being like, oh yeah, well, I'm going to lie to you and make you think that you're in control of this, but actually I'm pulling the strings. Like, purposely seeking out people who are trying to live this way and doing things that are so deeply unhealthy and dangerous is really, really odd. Really, really just, again, like, but it's everybody else who's crazy, right? Someone said there's alcohol in this live stream. No. What led you to believe that? Anyways, so here they're talking about the dark triad. It's people who are high on dark triad traits and to be good at the art of seduction, whatever. Andrew told one of the women that he wasn't a sex addict. He was a love addict. Addiction, Huberman says, is a progressing narrowing of things that bring you joy. In August 2021, the same month Sarah first learned of Andrew's cheating, he released an episode with Anna Lemke, chief of the Stanford Addiction Medicine Dual Diagnosis Clinic. Lemke, the author of a book called Dopamine Nation, gave a clear explanation of the dopaminergic roots of addiction. What happens right after I do something that is really pleasurable, she says, and releases a lot of dopamine is, again, my brain is immediately going to compensate by downregulating my own dopamine receptors. And that's the come down or the hangover, the after effect, that moment of wanting to do it more. So essentially, Andrew jokingly is like, just for the record, Dr. Lemke has diagnosed me outside the clinic in a playful way of being work addicted. You're probably right. Lemke laughed. You just happen to be addicted, she said gently, to something that is really socially rewarded. When he failed to understand, he said, was people who ruined their lives with their disease. I like to think I have the compassion, he said, but I don't have that empathy for taking a really good situation and what from the outside looks to be throwing it in the trash. So other people who have addictions to things, you don't have empathy for because you see them as actually responsible for throwing their lives in the trash. But clearly you are so deep in the throes of something, which I can't diagnose over a live stream, nor have any desire to, that you are literally ruining like 6 or 7 people's lives. This is wild, dog. Like your friendships are falling apart. Nobody in your life can actually rely on you for anything. You're losing everybody you've ever been in a relationship with, but like actually it's people who have alcohol problems that we should sit on podcasts and judge. Anyways, at least 3 ex-girlfriends remain friendly with Huberman. He goes deep very quickly, says Keegan Amit, who dated Andrew from 2010 to 2017 and continues to admire him. He has incredible emotional capacity. A high school girlfriend says both she and he were troubled during their time together, that he was complicated and jealous, but a good person whom she parted with on good terms. He really wants to get involved emotionally, but then can't quite follow through, says someone he dated on and off between 2006 and 2010. But yeah, I don't think it's she hesitates. I think he has such a good heart. Does he? Does he? I suppose, but yeah, no, that was the major story at the time, 2024, which is that one of the most popular, like, science adjacent self-help podcast bros was in his own personal life, actually totally just like, well, you were here. Also, if you're wondering to yourself why this didn't go anywhere, by the way, there's more here in this article. It's a really, really good article, but you could read it on your own time if you want. If you're wondering why did this not go anywhere, well, in order for a story to actually go viral, people do have to care, primarily the people who would be most likely to have a strong opinion about the person at the center of this controversy. And yet, let's just take a trip in our special rocket ship. Andrew Huberman. What is it called? Mechanisms of Control? Okay, cool. Let's just do... Look, I don't even have this in my outline. I don't even have this in my outline. But I'm gonna pull his peeps talking about this on his subreddit, which I think is a bad. It's gonna be a bad time. I know it's gonna be a bad time. Hold on. Huberman, New York Magazine article. Okay, let's see. I should have included it, but I remember way back when reading about this and thinking to myself, like, wow, y'all are very much like, y'all are very. Hold on, give me a second. I should have saved it. It's been 2 years since the original one, so it's kind of giving me. Okay, I'll just pull this one. I can't find the original thread. I can't find the original thread itself, but I'm just going to bring up that so many people on this personal subreddit were just dismissing the article and saying, well, it doesn't have anything to do with him being a famous podcaster who's telling all of us how to live our lives. You have this person saying, in light of all of those who dismiss the New York Mag article as not relevant to his work as a science communicator, here's a review of his science communication full of examples and receipts, which is also kind of getting into perhaps some of the things that he was saying were a bit dubious, even if this cheating wasn't behind it. But yeah, it was essentially met with some outrage from the people in his audience, but mostly just a lot of dudes saying like, what does his personal life have to do with it? I don't listen to him because of his personal life, and it's like, you're literally listening to an article about somebody who was like intentionally misleading people and also possibly spreading diseases to them and trying to manipulate them into having his children. But you think that it is somehow irrelevant to the fact that he is a guru. And some say he's not famous if I've never heard of him. Yeah, well, he's too famous regardless. But yeah, the reason I bring all of this up, dude, isn't just because of the cheating story. That was just one thing. I had forgotten about this because I completely wrote Huberman off, and he continued to have the career that he still has, obviously faced literally no repercussions for this, until he popped back up. This is literally 3 days ago. Andrew Huberman linked to secret industry smear machine. Now, someone said that was one hell of a ride. Yeah, let's decompress a little bit, actually, because that was a lot of energy. Now, do you remember my Rebel Wilson video where she was having interpersonal beef, aka her just being very odd towards people she was working with, and as part of this she hired a PR firm to make misleading articles and paint that person she was trying to denigrate as like a sex trafficker, when that didn't appear to be true at all. It was just a lie. Do you remember, obviously Amber Heard being the target of a terrible disinformation campaign, smear campaign, just trying to make her seem crazy, which unfortunately was very effective. Such an effective campaign against her, full of so much misogyny and weirdness. Do you remember, like, the list kind of goes on, but almost all of these are the same people, the usual suspects, and actually it seems like Huberman was also linked to these people as well. So this is a, don't worry chat, much briefer article, which we don't have to read the whole thing. It says, celebrity wellness podcaster Andrew Huberman, the latest prominent figure who looks to be connected to a sprawling internet mudslinging scheme that's been exposed in the wake of Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni's It Ends With Us legal feud. Also, before, oh, did I not mention them too? Because it's also Blake Lively. Before I get into this, actually, can I just say, I did make a video about Blake Lively, which in retrospect, I hate that we were all talking about her as part of this disinformation campaign. That being said, though, like, I wasn't being misogynist or spreading rhetoric like that in that video. Can I just say, I'm literally so glad that I never did the Amber Heard thing. You know how many people fell into that trap? It's not a trap. It was just everyone being really terrible. If I remember correctly, I was online. I think I was online making content when Amber Heard's and Johnny Depp's trial was happening. Because when was that actually? Amber Heard, Johnny Depp trial, 2022. Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure I was absolutely active when this was being talked about the most, or maybe I may not have been. I might have just been winding down, but I do definitely remember just looking around at all of these people like making fun of her and the bee and my dog and all these other like moments from this trial going viral and people making compilations of funniest Amber Heard trial moments, and it was all over my feed and this, that, the other. And I remember thinking pretty vividly at the time that like, are we taking clips from a trial in which people are hashing out the details of them being abused or experiencing domestic violence or assault, and we just keep clipping the parts that are funny and spreading them all over the internet? And at first I thought to myself, like, that can't be what people are doing. Obviously that's not what people are doing. And then I looked into it and I realized that's absolutely what people are doing. I'm not saying that like I am immune to propaganda, because actually thinking that is a pretty good sign that you're going to fall for something. But I did quite literally always think that was just beyond the pale. Like, what? It wasn't a trial because Amber Heard stepped on Johnny Depp's shoe and he wanted damages. That would be fun. That's something where you could clip a lot of things out of there and it would be hilarious. It was a trial in which it was just a bunch of like really violent, dark things that don't make sense in the completely irreverent filter of the internet, and especially not here on YouTube. And honestly, it was some people that I genuinely never would have expected who were reacting to this, and people have largely moved on because everybody was doing it. But I definitely remember thinking that was odd. I don't think I've ever made any sort of Amber Heard funny joke, and if I have, I would be really deeply regretful. But I remember thinking it was weird at the time. I really do. Someone said that shouldn't have been televised or broadcast on the internet. Someone said, yeah, I remember that. Yeah, it was just like, it's not like funny. What is funny about this? I guess too, because like, not to do TMI or whatever, but have any of you ever been in court or had to do anything related to legislation involving, or not legislation, litigation involving domestic violence? Because I have. Unfortunately, it's maybe the furthest thing from funny. It doesn't matter who did what to whom. That's not what I'm saying about them specifically. I'm just saying there's no context in which that sort of trial or the things that come out of it should be treated as like popcorn and this is so funny and this is like ha ha ha. Oh my God, look at her. She's so stupid. Insane. Someone said I have. Yeah, I have. These things aren't funny. It's not funny or even remotely lighthearted or entertaining to talk about these things no matter what's happening. So no. Someone said, what was so funny about potential abuse? Literally nothing was so funny about. In fact, you know what I think, honestly? And this is the part where you can stop me if I'm wrong, chat. Stop me if I'm wrong. You know how we're constantly looking back at periods of time and going like, oh my God, how did we do this? I'll think like Britney. No, wait, it's not how you spell Britney. Britney Spears in the 2000s, right? Obviously, she was really cool and popping off in the 2000s, right? But then also the way she was treated by the media and by people in the 2000s was literally insane. And I do think that people will admit at this point, like, yeah, wow, how did we collectively do something like this? That's crazy. But then, like, we always have periods like this. You move on to the next thing, and it's like, wow, how did society let this happen? And then you move on to the next thing. Personally, I low-key see the Amber Heard and Johnny Depp trial as maybe one of the most recent examples of everyone doing that exact same thing. Like, that might be the most recent one. I don't even think we can look back and say, oh my God, the 2000s, that's crazy. When, like, it was so insanely prominent literally just a couple years ago. I genuinely do think that was the most vitriolic stuff I had seen been floating around. And it doesn't, like, dog, it was really, 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 really bad. That's what I'm trying to say. That's what I'm trying to say. You're getting like disjointed thoughts about this because I didn't talk about the trial at all at any point. So you're getting like 4 years of my weird thoughts on this, but it was just, no, all of that was weird. Everybody was weird for that. Y'all were so weird for that. I can't believe this. Anyways, sorry. I just had to go on a tangent about that. Someone said anything regarding Chapel Road nowadays. Someone said, I wish more people talked about the Amber Heard smear campaign because so many people still believed it. Maybe if, I don't know if I could. Cause like, I don't know if I could. Cause like the people who would even be slightly receptive to the idea that misogyny still played an insane role in all of this, no matter what you actually think did or did not happen, they've literally made up their minds. Some of the people still hate Amber for it. Yeah, they do. They really, really do. Yeah. Everybody has made up their mind years ago at this point. And so even if I was to do like a re-examination, which I couldn't do on this channel either, I'd probably have to do it on my other channel where I really do some research and back things up and I look at what people were saying. That would be an interesting video though. I'm sorry, I don't like the way the gears are turning in my head at all, because that would take a lot of work, and I would also just, I'd have to sort through a lot of really depressing stuff, and then I would also catch a lot of flack from people who aren't going to listen to me at all. But I do think like a video essay retrospective on that, really deeply researched, and because it was just the extent of it. I think that's what I wish was still captured, because I think people have forgotten about the extent of it. Y'all don't remember. I went to my YouTube homepage one time, I signed out, and 3 of the videos there were meme compilations of Amber Heard making funny faces during a trial in which she was discussing allegations of assault and abuse. And people are so like obsessed with this idea that like, well, she deserved it because of anything bad she may have done during this relationship. No, she didn't. That's just objectively false. That Amber Heard deserves the level of vitriol that was flung her way. No, she didn't. Nobody deserves that. But like, it would just take so long to make that video. And I would also have to think really hard. Someone said most of BreadTube covered it. They did, but BreadTube does things in their own way. I want to do it in my own way. BreadTube is such an interesting notion. Or like, BreadTube is so interesting. But yeah, no, I want to make a D'Angelo Wallace video about it, not a BreadTube essay per se. But no, I don't, because why? Why would I do that? Why would I do that? Someone said maybe you could make something more general like smear campaigns against women and what they say about this modern society. No, I agree, but actually I would literally probably just stick to that one thing. Because I like, sometimes I do want people to be uncomfortable, honestly, watching content, especially if it is about things that are uncomfortable. Sometimes I think like making it a big point that we can all learn from is cool, even though I don't have the ability to educate anyone in that way because I myself am not that insightful. But like, I would just more so want to be like, no, all of y'all were doing this, and now we all just moved on, and that's insane. And that's also why people can continue to get away with this as well. Honestly, someone said the dep apology was happening in leftist spaces. Yes, you were not crazy. That's what I'm talking about. It wasn't just unhinged, like, I don't know, chuds or weird conservatives online doing this. It was absolutely in progressive spaces. The same thing was happening. It was. I know. I saw it. I was there. I followed people. It was in my feed. I was like, huh? What? Even people who are known for being unproblematic as well and just not even engaging with stuff like this were still doing like, let's all react to Amber Heard because this is so funny. And I don't know. But I don't know what I have to. What would I say? You shouldn't make videos if you don't have anything to say, because then you just waffle, you ramble, and it's bad. Someone said it's a ton of nuance. Yeah, I think there's also probably a lot of people who could do a better job with this sort of video than I could. So maybe somebody else who is a better writer could do it. Someone said even big companies are making fun of her. They were. They were. I'm probably not going to be able to find that, but like, 20 companies were called out for posting jokes about violence and rape during the Amber Heard trial. Only one has apologized, says Business Insider in 2022. This is not like an opinion that only I hold. This is not me just being wacky or misremembering things. Here it is, Milani Cosmetics, I guess, with a video about how Heard is lying. Why? Literally, why? What else? Who else? Lidl, one of the biggest supermarket chains, mocking Amber Heard in a recent German ad. Yeah. Starbucks, well, it's Starbucks. Starbucks stores all over the world place tip jars labeled Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, encouraging their customers to vote, usually decorating Depp's jar with hearts, and some even wrote justice for Johnny. Okay. Dr. Barbara Strum, owned by Dr. Barbara Strum, created luxury and celebrity favorite skincare brand is owned by Barbara Strum. Oh, I see. They're saying like it was because people were like, oh, whoa, we got sex toys on screen. I was reading one line at a time, as I tend to do, so I did not see the sex toy that I think was on my screen for... I've managed thus far to avoid showing anything like that, because you can get in trouble. I shouldn't be showing off, like, dildos on my live stream. That's not really why I stream. Hopefully that was just a blip and YouTube doesn't get any weird ideas like that. I should be demonetized. Okay, but listen chat, listen though, like, hold on though, even though it is kind of funny-ish that I accidentally showed this on screen, I do want you to see how weird this is, though. Reach a new depth with the new Amber's Mark liquor bottle dildo. Designed with a solid base and a girthy shaft with textured chips for extra pleasure. referencing, I mean, like, referencing the rape, honestly. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Like there's no world in which any of this was okay. Not even a little bit. Duolingo, a language learning app, made a joke under a TikTok video of Amber Heard testifying. The employee who commented apologized from her own Twitter account. However, the brand never made a statement or gave an apology. Wait, I want this. Oh, let me get off of here because I don't want more random things to come back up on stream. I was just trying to find this picture bigger. Oh, here we go. Y'all think Amber watches TikTok? It says Duolingo. Like, why are we doing this? Why was this a trend? Honestly. Anyways, I'm not going to continue going through this entire thread, but yeah, if push comes to shove, it wouldn't actually be hard to recreate the fury of we all hate this person who is literally talking about abuse, major abuse. Like, it did happen. Sometimes I literally just have to remind myself, like, this did happen, because the more time passes, it just lightens up in my mind, and I'm like, it couldn't have been that bad. Yes, it was as bad as it seems, honestly. Anyways, sorry, chat. Well, why am I sorry? I was actually literally on topic this entire time. Someone said we got to do better here. Yeah, we do. I mean, I have to do better, honestly. Like, I don't want to be one of those guys who's just like, oh man, yeah, we really failed Amber Heard. Oh gosh, that was so weird of us. Wow, somebody did that. No, honestly, like, so much of my commentary easily facilitates this and the treating of things that are actually serious as jokes or just fodder or something for Duolingo to comment about on TikTok. Like, oh, this is happening. This is all happening right now. And it really does turn into a question every single day of like, how do I make sure I am not doing this? But yeah, no, like, yeah, we need to do better. I need to do better. I'm just trying. But, God, it's just so bad, honestly. Anyways, someone says sometimes I feel like everyone thinks misogyny is over. They do. Some people do. They really act like women can vote. So what more do you want? Maybe to not have like these sorts of allegations made fun of on a global scale, perhaps. Thus indicating that obviously no one takes things like this seriously. Someone said, well, we can wear pants now, so misogyny over, basically. Anyways, chat, shifting back into this, I only brought it up because we're talking about smear campaigns and just see how dangerous they are. Wait, someone said, and not to be that person, but it all ties back to race, gender, and class, and colonialism, and the systems it created. Like, can we talk about it? Not with the time remaining on the stream, but yes. Anyways, celebrity wellness influencer Andrew Huberman. If you just got here and you don't know why I was talking about Amber Heard and all this stuff, it's literally because we were talking about a different guy who was cheating with 6 women simultaneously, multiple of which thought they were his exclusive life partner that he was trying to have children with, including him encouraging one woman to go through multiple rounds of IVF and berating her for having previous children. That got exposed in 2024, and his fan base, so many of them are just like, oh, well, who cares what he does in his personal life, that he didn't experience any controversy, really. But 3 days ago, this information was revealed that it goes even deeper than that. Celebrity wellness podcaster Andrew Huberman is the latest prominent figure who looks to be connected to a sprawling internet mudslinging scheme that's been exposed in the wake of Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni's Angel Thus legal feud. In March 2024, New York Magazine published the story, right? We all know what's in here. The key source was Sarah, which the tabloid In Touch soon revealed to be an ex-girlfriend, this other person, or named Anya. At the time, he was working with Manhattan crisis communications firm Scale Strategy. Huberman was working with Manhattan's Manhattan crisis communications firm Scale Strategy to help navigate the fallout from New York's allegations. That company didn't reply to a request for a comment. Before Huberman became a star during the pandemic, she had achieved her own fame in the food world for her role as CEO of Belcampo, a California-based meat company lauded for its sustainable, ethical operation. She wants to restore meat to its status as a luxury, says the New Yorker, in 2014. She also spent several years as a judge on Iron Chef America, kind of a big gig. Around the time that New York released its Huberman coverage, anonymously authored web activity, including a dedicated website, social media account, and Reddit discussion thread, this is literally how all of these campaigns go, materialized about Fernald. The contention was that she bore responsibility for Belcampo's collapse in 2021 after a scandal involving the mislabeling and sourcing of its products. Okay, so this Andrew Huberman thing is going on, and then it's like, oh, actually, the woman in this, we're randomly going to start talking about how she totally ruined this company that she used to work for. Unrelated? Now, a new court complaint suggests that Huberman's camp may be tied to such efforts. The filing advances a separate lawsuit first brought in February by actress turned activist Alexa Nichols, who has alleged defamation over multiple smear websites denigrating her, and named among the defendants in the case the prominent Hollywood litigator Brian Friedman and his fixer Jed Wallace. It is literally always these three people, Brian Friedman, Jed Wallace, and Melissa Nathan, involved with creating these smear campaigns and trying to make the people they're targeting seem crazy or evil or, I don't know, in this case, bad business partners. The Hollywood Reporter has separately learned that Friedman has in the past represented both Fernald and Huberman. The attorney negotiated a 2022 settlement for Fernald against Belcampo. During this process, Fernald introduced her boyfriend to Friedman as legal counsel, and the men subsequently became close. The Hollywood Reporter has separately reviewed materials indicating that Huberman maintained a direct line of communication with Wallace. So her in a non smear campaign capacity, she got involved with these people, introduced Andrew Huberman to them, and then those two linked up, and now she's alleging that actually Andrew teamed up with the terrible trio to smear her in the campaign once she released this information via the New York Magazine article. Nicholas's suit points to digital forensics findings of common authorship between online accounts interested in promoting Jed Wallace and his business, smearing Miss Nicholas, and smearing the woman who was allegedly behind the New York Magazine Andrew Huberman article. Nicholas's litigation also asserted that another apparent target was a businessman who'd notably feuded with the music mogul Scooter Braun. None of the individuals named in Nicholas's filing would comment for this story. Nicholas is one in a group of disparate individuals who previously were linked in separate litigation, itself downstream from the Baldoni Lively dispute, as purported targets of online discreditation campaigns. Some of these people were known nemesis of Hollywood figures. The alleged perpetrators in each instance are one or more members of Baldoni's team: Friedman, Wallace, and Nathan, crisis publicist Melissa Nathan, who's not affiliated with Scale Strategy. Friedman has previously denied to the Hollywood Reporter that he and others are responsible and characterized the assertions as speculation presented as fact. After the federal judge in the Baldoni Lively matter dismissed many of Lively's claims ahead of their May trial, her lawyers sought to reframe her own case, which is now focused on retaliation, etc. Someone said, of course, Scooter Braun is there. Likely place for this man to be. But yeah, I bring this all up to say, essentially, like, it's not enough, I guess, that he was telling the women that he was cheating with that all the other women were actually just crazy stalkers. Now, people are alleging that he was also trying to spread this through Friedman and his cronies as being like, they were crazy online. Look what they did to their company. They were poisoning people essentially through their products, etc. So there you go. It's your second cheating story for the day. I don't know why I did a double feature. I guess because like the thought of doing either any one of these by themselves was just a no for me. But do we have anything else? Do we have anything else that we want to say? Reading chat. Someone said I remember this one. Yeah, no, like 3 days ago, you're getting outed as part of this. And y'all, at this point, I don't like sounding like a conspiracy theorist. I'm literally talking about things that are actually publicly available for you to look up. The rabbit hole of connections of people who have been like targeted by these PR smear campaigns is just, it almost makes everything seem so small. It would be faster to list who has not. It would be faster to list who has not been targeted at this point. Reading chat. Someone said, I feel like if you're taking advice on how to live your life from someone, it's important for them to be an overall good person. Yeah, maybe not such a terrible person that you're misleading people in this way. Someone said, didn't Alexa dox Drake Bell's victim? Did she? Well, now do we have another thing where the person I just mentioned is also not a good person? Reading chat, reading chat. I wouldn't be surprised. Someone said, I thought you were going to mention the Michigan coach cheating scandal. I've never even heard of that one. I don't know what that one is. Someone said, what did Brad Pitt do? Okay, now we're getting kind of far away from the topic. Brad Pitt has done a lot. Brad Pitt has done a lot, honestly. Reading chat. Someone said, yeah, she's bad. Okay, well, again, I don't think that necessarily changes this idea, though, that of the smear campaign, but I guess I'll look into that, too. Someone says, so many cheaters. Yeah. Alexa Nicholas is quite problematic. Dog, this is why, like, sometimes I'm just like, maybe we should just throw it all away and convert into a Tomodachi Life channel. Maybe we should do that. Someone said Colleen's new song is so disgusting. Does she have a new song? Why would she do that? Did anybody want that to happen? Or are you just memeing right now? I don't know if she has a new song. I can't find it. She lost her song privileges after doing the ukulele apology. She lost her privileges. Reading chat, reading chat. I'm just a lot of chat. Someone says she does. Okay, no thanks. Someone said new song was the last one. Not enough. That's how I feel. Anyways. Oh, that's weird. It's basically about how her kids interfere with her and her husband's special alone time. No thanks. Someone says all this to say celebs are one-faceted characters and we shouldn't idolize them or put them on the pedestal. What do you pronounce? He, him. Non-binary man. Anyways, that's all I have to say. That's all I have to say. I don't think I've seen anybody else bring up points that I missed. Except telling me that this last person I mentioned may have been problematic, but you know what? I'll look into that on my own time and make a decision based off of that. Can we record an outro and then move to the next thing? I'm still going to stream because I still have time left and things maybe we could talk about, but maybe we'll find this Colleen Ballinger song because why not? I hate everything. I really, really do. Reading chat. Yeah, everybody say bye. Say bye. Danzo's ukulele song went 4 times platinum in my household. Yeah, plus my ukulele song was better. So, what can I say? Let me drink some water. What did you think of Brendan Urie's new Benson Boone look? What does that even mean? Anyways, I don't know why cheating is in the air. Because me even telling Chad I was going to talk about cheating scandals, I think people mentioned like 2 or 3 other ones that I definitely could have talked about. Knock it off. Stop it. Get some help. Anyway, that's all I have to say about cheating for now. I record this live right here on YouTube, where I stream quite frequently, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays at 12 p.m. Eastern time, unless, of course, I don't, in which case, I don't know, I'm probably just sleeping. But yeah, hopefully I see you in the next stream or the next video, and if not, it doesn't matter at all. Okay, bye. All right. Good enough. Let me rename this footage. It was long. It was beefy. Cheating scandals. Whoa. Long and beefy. What is bro talking about? Dog, what did he mean? Was it stiff too? If you have no idea why I just said stiff, I'm referencing something that happened like over an hour ago in the stream, but it just sounds crazy out of context. I'm gonna drink some water. Someone said, don't leave chat. We're still going. Yeah, we're still going. There's always topics. I mean, no, there's not always topics. Sometimes I proudly show up to stream without anything to talk about because I just like yapping. I will literally yap for the love of it. I really, really would. Somebody said, was it Dewey? Was it Dewey, chat? Sorry, again, that's also a reference to something you may have missed. If I sound like crazy right now, don't worry about it. Don't worry. Someone said, that's mad sus, bro. Honestly, if you're not sus, what is you doing? You know, people be saying like, whoa, pause. You know what I've started saying when people around me say pause? Like, for example, you're with the dudes, you're just with the bros, and you're talking about something, and then something is said, and it just sounds a little like, you know, it might sound a little sus sometimes. Just the verbiage might be weird. If I was with the bros and I was like, okay, wow, that was long and beefy, and then they're like, hey, yo, pause. You know what I've started saying? Zoom in. Slow motion. And I've anytime anyone around me has said, hey, yo, pause, I start saying, zoom in, slow motion, and then watch them get like increasingly uncomfortable. It's great. I'm like, pause, enhance, slow mo, playback, instant replay. What you mean pause? We ain't pausing for nobody. Someone said pause and repeat. Exactly. Put it on loop. Fast forward. Someone said, I'm so glad we've entered the light phase. Yeah, no more talk about cheating with multiple people and spreading diseases to them and manipulating them into trying to have your children. That was a lot. So yeah, more lighthearted things. Okay, someone said that's great. I love that. Exactly. Let's go. Okay, what is this new song that you're talking about, dog? Like, I'm not mad at you. I'm mad at the idea of this song existing. Which one of these is it? Do I sort by like, I don't know how to sort by recent. I'm sure the lyrics are here somewhere. I'm not going to be able to find it. Closing this. I don't know, dog. I don't know where it is. Somebody said she has a new song and it was weird, but I can't find it. So do I have to go to her channel? That's like the worst thing I've ever done, is go to Colleen Ballinger's channel on purpose. Oh, she don't even post here no more. Never mind, dog. Someone said search for a clip. I don't really know like what to search for per se. I don't know how to do that. I'm trying. Oh, here's TikTok, I guess. Oh, dog, do I want to watch somebody on TikTok watching when you get pregnant accidentally at 14 and you now have a 13-year-old daughter who's turned into a beautiful girl? What? That's not what I clicked into. I don't. Did we all see me click into Colleen Ballinger new song and get taken directly to some weird TikTok about teen pregnancy? Okay, I don't know what's going on there. Okay, I need to get off TikTok, dog. What? What? It's on her snark subreddit. I am not going to anybody's snark subreddit. That would be wild. I am not a snark subreddit kind of guy. Someone said log out. I'm literally logged out. I'm logged out of TikTok, and that happened to me. When I log into TikTok, it's way more specific. Someone said TikTok has it. Okay, I believe you. Sorry, chat. This is bad content. Me like demanding that somebody tell me where this Colleen Ballinger song is. Hold on. Is it here? Okay, maybe it's just this. This is from February. It's from February. This isn't even new. Are we talking about this? New song by Colleen where she's saying spicy things to her husband and includes her children's voices. Okay, sure. No. Why am I playing this? Oh my god. This is like what am I doing? Okay, sure.
You're looking good in the glow of the Paw Patrol nightlight. Rubble on the double. Slow dance with me to the sounds of BLI.
Welcome to my kitchen. We have
Wait, hold on, it's not working.
welcome to
Oh,
my
wait, hold on,
kitchen.
wait. Wait, my shorts aren't working. Hold on, wait. I want to show the short it made me think of. Hold on, I think I have to turn off one of my extensions. Okay, hold on. Okay, I turned off unhook. Let's try again. Okay.
My kitchen.
Her singing.
banana.
It's giving this meme. Indie girl introduces us to her kitchen.
Welcome to my kitchen. We have bananas and avocado.
It's giving bananas and avocados. That's what it's giving. Oh my gosh. Anyways, someone said so many YouTubers were obviously paid by the PR firm when I enjoyed Until Then, a therapist, and he turned comments off. Wolf. Anyways, chat. I don't think I can sit through this. I don't think I can sit through this. I'm sorry. I'm being honest. I'm just trying to be real. I have no desire to listen to Colleen Ballinger sing for any period of time. And I probably agree with the majority without even verifying that. I'm sure the song was weird because she's an odd one, but like, I can't do it. And I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Let's move on. Someone said cursive singing is a great way to sing it. Yeah, I can't with the cursive singing. You know what word always gets me? More than any other word when people sing in like the cursive accent? Good. Because they say good. I'm being so serious. Like people who sing in this weird, I'm calling it weird because it's not actually like a real accent that the person has. This isn't like your culture. You're just singing weird. I swear to God that people who sing like this pronounce good as like goy. Now everything was going so goy. And I'm like, you want to run that back? So I was like, good. Yeah, goy. It's literally goy. Wait, let me see if I can find this one clip of Camila Cabello singing Have Yourself a Merry Little Christmas. Camila Cabello, have yourself a merry little Christmas. Yeah, Quizmoise. Okay, wait, hold on. I want to find it. Maybe it's this. It might be in the very beginning, I hope, because I don't want to get copyright claims. Okay, wait, hold on, wait. I want to turn my extension back on. Oh, that's why, not YouTube. I want to turn my extension back on because I don't want to randomly see myself in a bunch of other things. Yay, disappear. Okay, I think it's this one. Volume, let's try 300. Okay. I'm dreaming tonight. Oh, it's right here. Look, look. On the bar, on the bar. You can see right here where people are commonly rewinding. So that must be the part where she says it. Oh. Chris Moyes. Not Christmas. Chris Moyes. That's what I don't understand about this particular style of singing. I'm not making fun of the way people talk. She doesn't speak like this. This is not a problem. I just don't understand this form of pronunciation. It's wild. I'll be home for Chris Moyes. Everything used to be so good. Avocados and banana. Like it's wild, dog. Someone said Quiznos. She'll be home for Quiznos. And honestly, me too. Me too, Camila. So maybe I'm just like her. Who knows? Who knows? Anyways, guys do it too. Like, oh my God. Listen. I like the singer. I like Khalid, and I think he has gotten a lot better. Okay, I don't think he does it anymore. But some of bro's early music, the indie accent, Lord Almighty, this man would sing so interesting. I think of like the song Location, Send Me Your Location, and I'm just like, dog, these pronunciations are crazy. Because like, again, he doesn't speak like this. It's not like this is just him speaking normally. It's so funny. Someone say he does exactly this. He does exactly this. And I'm saying this as a Khalid fan. I am one of his fans to this day. I still bump his new albums, which are actually surprisingly good, and I really feel like he came into his own. But like perpetrator number one of the indie accent. So don't let anybody tell you it's just an indie girl thing. Someone said I can't do his collab with Billy. I'm sorry, y'all. Oh, she did that a lot as well. She did, but that's okay. I feel like she also has gotten a little more in tune with her voice and pronunciations and stuff. To be fair, even though this is me making excuses for the uber rich, singing in general is just kind of cringe. And like knowing what to do with you're like, how do you hold your face when you sing, and what do you do with syllables? I don't know. It's not always the easiest thing. So sometimes I have understanding for why people may sound like this, but it doesn't make it any less funny to listen to. And when I say singing is cringe, I say that as somebody who enjoys singing. I like it. You're never going to hear it because no, but it's something fun for me to do for myself. But it's still cringe. Like singing is literally just a cringe thing to do. And I love it. Someone said SZA. Oh no. Oh no. Don't make me say it. Listen. I do maintain that SZA is not quite as difficult to understand as some people say. And yet, sometimes she just freestyles. How are these words pronounced? Nah, she's just gonna freestyle it, and she does it her way. And I'm just like, SZA, what are you saying? It's so funny. Someone said, why do they enunciate like that? I think the reason you may see Camila Cabello and Billie Eilish and SZA and Khalid doing all these things is literally because, like, honestly, vowel sound and vowel shape has a lot to do with your singing voice. So, for example, if you're trying to sing an ah versus an e versus an o and a u, I forgot the other vowels, an I and they don't all come out the same, and it's not always something you can do with equal ease. So sometimes shifting your vowel sounds from what they actually are pronounced as into things that may be easier for you to latch onto, I think is the root cause of a lot of this. People are trying to be resonant and not get super locked into really small sounds. And so you're sacrificing some of that more naturalistic pronunciation for a more stylized delivery that may lead to more melodic delivery. It may sound a little bit more on pitch. It may just be easier to deliver, but it still sounds silly. It still sounds silly. Someone said it's not always easy to do good enunciation while singing. It's really not. Jessie Reyes, woo, she up there with the cursive accent. She does it pretty strongly, even though I really like her singing voice. But yeah, no, like, what can you do? Someone said, but they sound more closed off. I agree with you that I don't think that the cursive is the right solution because it's still not helping. I agree with you there. I truly do. Some say there's a difference between a classic ah sound versus a pop ah sound. Oh yeah, I'm sure, for sure. Yeah. There's singing is an incredibly complex Mechanism? Ew. I sound like Andrew Huberman. Sorry, that skeeved me out. Let me say this like a normal human being. Singing hard. Make sing-song nice sound, not easy. So because of this, and there's a lot of things happening at once while you're singing, it's pretty easy for things to go away very quickly. Like for me, do you know what goes away very quickly when I try to sing? Pitch. Pitch is the first thing to leave. Whenever I'm trying to sing out in public, or wait, why does that make it sound like I sing in public? I don't. But like, say I'm at a birthday party, happy birthday. Wherever I start off is probably not where I'm gonna finish, because I greatly struggle with pitch. God, it's so difficult for me to stay in tune. I'm so pitchy. It's bad. So that's difficult. That's really hard. And that's with me consciously making efforts to improve my pitch over a long period of time. But that's why you can't ever hear me sing, because I just don't sing on key. Even if I think my voice sounds nice or whatever, which I don't, I just don't sing on key. This also applies to a lot of y'all who are popular singers. Like when you in auto-tune and okay, hold on. I'm starting to sound like a boomer. Let's be specific. Let's get really specific right now, okay? Auto-tune is a tool. It's a plugin. It's a VST. It's something that you incorporate typically in your DAW. You run the audio of your vocal track through this tool. This is old auto-tune. Give me that new. Yeah, this is what auto-tune looks like now. Okay. You run the voice through auto-tune, and what it does is if you are trying to sing an A, like what is being captured right here, even though this isn't chromatic, you should probably switch that. But then again, who knows? Maybe they're singing a wild song. And if you sing slightly below that A, and auto-tune believes you're trying to hit an A, but you're flat or you're sharp, it's gonna raise you up a little bit. It's going to artificially correct that note to be an actual A. What autotune cannot do, it's just not possible. It's not possible. It can't make you sound nice. If your singing voice is not pleasant, if you just don't have a good delivery, even if you are going to be in key, as autotune will get you in key, but it's not actually going to provide you with a nice singing voice. I'm trying to think of examples of people who like use a lot of autotune and Melodyne as well, pitch correction, but they still don't really sound. Oh, like I shouldn't be pulling this up. I shouldn't be pulling this up. I'm sorry. I really shouldn't be pulling this up. This is bad. Bad. But jump scare Shane Dawson. If you can't actually sing and you're using like a bunch of auto-tune, even though he might not do it in this song, so I might just be pulling up old Shane Dawson clips for no reason, which is the craziest thing to ever do. Well, you're gonna sound like this. He still sounds bad because he can't sing. That's sort of like autotune can't ever make you sound like you have a good voice. Similarly, I think of Dream, and I'm sorry, Dream. I'm sorry, but like Doug does not have a nice singing voice either. And you're gonna sound kind of like this.
In ages, but I've been places, so I'm okay-ish, so I'm okay. Yeah, I'm okay, but the fact is.
So like, because of this, I am actually a really big autotune apologist. I think that the vast majority of people who get labeled as using too much autotune, which is every single recording artist, in every single genre, including rock. I believe that most of them actually do have nice voices. I really think they do. They have a tone or a timbre or something about the quality of their voice that does resonate with people, that does result in pleasant listening, whether it's because they're airy or because they're really gravelly or this, that, the other. The issue is when I believe artists do a lot of studio work and not a lot of live performance, so a lot of younger artists, they really, really do not realize that autotune cannot save you in the wild, even though it can, because actually there are a lot of live pitch correction tools that are remarkably advanced. But like, I don't think that these new kids are grinding. That's really it. I don't think that y'all are really putting the work in. And I'm just being honest. Like, y'all perform live, and I'm just like, where was the practice? Where was you making sure that you were actually on key for this performance? You go back to old performances, honestly. I know this sounds so cringe and old school, old head energy. I know I'm giving unk right now, but you can go back to older performances when live pitch correction wasn't even really a thing to the extent that it is now, and people did generally sound a lot better. I do think that like nowadays a lot of singers will try to recreate their studio vocals through the power of live correction, and it doesn't sound good because, again, they're not grinding, they're not putting the hours in, they're not working to make sure that this delivery actually works outside of the perfectly arranged environment of a studio. Someone said, gotta chime in, there's no autotune in black metal. Autotune is anathema to the genre. Well, I mean, I'm sure there's no autotune in black metal. I was gonna make a joke and it wasn't nice. I shouldn't make a joke. Oh, I shouldn't do it. I was gonna make a joke. I'm sure there's no autotune in black metal, but maybe you guys should fix the Nazi issue first. There's a lot of Nazis in black metal. Do you ever think about how that's genre just so many Nazis are like, yeah, I'm gonna make black metal music. I don't care whether you are using autotune or not. Fix that. Anyways, sorry. That's a mean joke. That's a mean joke. It's not black metal fans' fault that there's a lot of deeply racist and terrible human beings who make this particular genre of music, because a lot of black metal is awesome. It has nothing to do with the people who are trying to do their best. And actually there's a lot of like anti-fascist music coming out of the scene, which I think is great. But yeah, see, sometimes I feel like I shouldn't have a platform because I feel like that's not a normal reaction. We're talking about autotune and somebody's like, I'm like, autotune is used in almost every genre, including rock. And then somebody just very calmly is like, oh, well, not in black metal. And I'm like, oh yeah, well, you guys have Nazis in your genre. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But at the same time, why is there a Wikipedia page? Why is there a Wikipedia page? So much of this that y'all wound up on Wikipedia. Anyways, I struggle a lot with rock music in general. I suffer, and I try so hard to like love what everyone loves, but when it's made so deeply clear to you that like, we don't want you here. We don't want you here. Go away. Die, please. I'm just on the outside like, well, I thought the music was cool. But okay, I guess I'll die. Bye guys. Dog, oh my god. Trying to love certain genres of, oh my god, it's so difficult. It's so difficult. Someone said, in all fairness, there's losers in every genre. There are for sure. Yeah. But I think in general, there is this very specific kind of rock energy that is so cringe, where essentially you have people who believe, someone said, what about pop rock or rock by women? No, I'm talking about this very specific kind of music created usually by bands of, it's a bunch of white dudes in a band who will, they'll shave off like the sides of their head and they'll start adopting these very like Norse, very, very like Viking-y personas and start basically just leaning full tilt into like white supremacist vibes. Can we call them vibes? There's a lot of bands like that. And I'm like, how was your expression of white supremacy like cool guitar music? Make that make sense. That doesn't make any sense at all. And so then what I'm actually getting at here, what is really annoying and cringe to me is a lot of this symbolism that is used by bands like this winds up getting reclaimed and reabsorbed by people who are like, no, we're taking all this stuff back. But I, from the outside, can't immediately identify why or what somebody's intentions are if they effectively have the exact same aesthetic as like a white supremacist band, but they're just reclaiming it. That doesn't mean it's a bad thing to try to do, but as I say, I struggle a lot. Like here, let me give you an example, like a very real example, okay? Let me see if I can find it. Why is the Iron Cross used so much in metal? This is not me, right? I wasn't here 13 years ago on Reddit. I was only 14. This person says, "Hi y'all. I just got back from a metal festival and these iron crosses were for sale everywhere to hang around your neck or to stick on your jacket. What is the relevance of this to metal? Hail of Bullets has one on their t-shirts, but they do write about wartime in Germany. But I'm sure I saw Immortal use this too, although of course I can't find it now that I'm interested in it. Can anyone explain? Cheers." And they're literally referring to this actual Nazi symbol. So what this person will be answered, the answer that this person gets straight from Wikipedia, it's saying the Iron Cross has been popular with mini bikers, hot rodders, skinheads, and others, using German iconic militaria to promote a tough guy image or as a symbol of rebellion or nonconformity. It was then adopted by American surfers who started wearing medals plundered by their fathers. People saying it reflects country of origin, talking about bikers were really into it. There's an American hardcore band called Iron Cross, etc., etc., etc. Essentially, this idea, TLDR, it's a generic tough guy symbol that started in the 60s when baby boomers started growing up and wearing medals that their dads brought home from World War II. But it is also a Nazi symbol, right? And so even if you are reclaiming it, and saying, no, you guys don't get to take my generic tough guy symbol, I'm going to wear it too. And then it's not going to mean that anymore. It very much does leave me unable to ascertain from a glance whether or not the Iron Cross brandishing metal fans would rather see me, not in their country, or whether they are literally just cool people wearing cool clothes. I can't do it. Metal is an incredibly challenging genre for me. It's so painful. Oh my gosh. It's like I don't know how to explain this to people. And then they will get really, 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 really pissy at you for bringing things like this up and saying like, oh, well, this is kind of not a great thing. And they'll be like, we're reclaiming it. Don't let them win. And I'm just like, okay, well, you guys can have fun reclaiming all of your German militaria over there. And I guess I'll be over here on the outside just thinking the guitars are cool. Someone said, I'm the black metal op. I'm black and trans. People want me dead everywhere I go, where I want to do what I want, and I'll die with my head held high. Not anytime soon. You won't die. Yeah, keep doing what you're doing. But yeah, no, like, dog, so much Nazism slash weird like white supremacy, like stolen from Norse adjacent stuff in this genre, and it makes me sleepy. I get so tired. I'm just like, Betty, bye. What if I just go to bed instead of trying to figure out who wants me to die? Somebody said some things don't need to get reclaimed. Okay. That's tricky because like that's a very contentious statement, but I do think on some level I agree with you. Yeah. But no one's ready for that conversation. Literally no one's ready for that conversation. No one is, dog. Someone said paganism didn't deserve to be used that way. Yeah, justice, by the way, for like Norse mythology in general, for being associated with all this stuff when that was literally not the point of it at all by any means. There are a lot of really cool looking symbols and designs that unfortunately get wrapped up in all of this stuff. But someone said hot take, you can't reclaim an active hate symbol. I think I agree with you. Yeah, like if it still is considered to be the thing that it is, how would you be reclaiming it exactly? By the way, ask these same people, like, okay, what would you reclaim a swastika? I'm talking about the German ones. Would you reclaim that? Why would you not reclaim that? I just think like, I don't think that people are very consistent when it comes to this sort of thing, and they think that they're putting some sort of political progressive, like, yes, let's make the world better by reclaiming this, but actually you are mostly just prioritizing what you think looks cool. But again, like, would I get jumped at the function for saying this? Probably. So I really don't. Someone said there needs to be a conversation about people reclaiming things that were never used against their community. Yeah, like, dog, what are you reclaiming? What are you talking about? Reading chat. Someone said, I find that people in metal that are racist usually make it clear, just like those that are not racist usually make it clear. You usually don't have to guess, just ask. Okay. Here's the thing, though. Whereas, yes, I do think communication is generally almost always the right answer. I am not going around asking people who may potentially be racist trying to suss out if they are or not. It is better for my mental health and safety, just me feeling comfortable and safe to avoid all of it, because again, it may seem indistinguishable maybe if you examine close enough, but like, dog, I am not playing that game. I don't want to play that game. I really don't. Someone said there are swastikas and Buddhist temples. It's really insane to see. Well, there's nothing wrong with those, right? Like, hold on. This is the part where you need to stop me if I'm just spewing nonsense. But from my understanding, this symbol, this in just terrible hate symbol, it's not something that they came up with, they being Nazi Germany. This was an existing symbol that was lifted from elsewhere and changed into what it is now. But there are things that predate Nazis that have like non-harmful swastikas all over them, right? Is that accurate? That's my current understanding. Is like the symbol itself was stolen and then turned into an instrument of hate, and that also really sucks because like that's never what it was in the first place, and it exists in so many other places. Yeah, someone said it was stolen. Yeah, that's literally what happened with it. But that particular one that you see, you know, the exact design with the angle and usually the color scheme and all of these things, like that is a hate symbol, no matter, like it just is, because that's not the way that it looked before it was stolen. It didn't look like that. They made it look like that. Someone said they literally appropriated it. Yeah, they very much did. Terrible thing to happen, by the way. Really disgusting thing to happen. Reading chat. Yeah, it's the angle mostly. And then also just the color scheme. If you're seeing a lot of black, white, and red, and this symbol and the angle, you don't really have to ask. You may know right off rip. Gosh, it's so bad. Someone said it was popular among many cultures and it pissed me off so much. It's upsetting. That is a valid thing to be upset about. Literally a valid thing to be angry about. It's angering. Someone said the Hindu one typically looks more elaborate too. Yeah, the ones that I've seen that exist in other places, like architecturally or like baked into the design or whatever, they have way more going on than just this little wimpy, terrible one that was stolen. Reading chat. Someone said someone said I used to like metal. When I check back on the community, a lot of them have turned it into fascist and racist. You can't deny it. But then again, but yes, I know that's what I mean. But also, like, a lot of people are still making really cool music. It just good for them. They're stronger than me for sure. Reading chat. Someone said, unfortunately, black, white, and red is a sweet aesthetic, but just don't use hate symbols. Literally, just don't use hate symbols. It's not that hard. Don't use hate symbols. It's simple. Someone said 6,000-year-old symbol in Hinduism. Yeah. But also, don't let any smart aleck tell you when you see an actual swastika that, like, oh, it's an old symbol. It's a symbol of peace or whatever. Dog. There are so few contexts in which that would be the case now whenever swastikas randomly crop up due to their history. No, I've literally had people say that before in real life. I'm just like, oh, I'm doing like the symbol of peace. And I'm just like, you are? Okay. Some of the people in the West are so self-centric, like other cultures exist. Exceptionalism never fails. It's the only thing you can always count on. Reading chat. So a lot of these people are really just looking for an excuse to be a covert fascist. Okay, I'll leave it at that. At the end of the day, this commenter is correct. A lot of people are just being fine, but also a lot of people are just like, yes, an excuse. And again, dog. But anyway, sorry. I'm this might be my first time feeling a little bit sorry for a commenter. Whoever brought up autotune and black metal. I don't know why I started going off, but as you see, I do think about this quite a bit. It's especially tricky, like the deeper you get into certain aesthetics, visually, you start overlapping with people who don't want you there. It's wild. Anyways, what else we got? Someone said I put on your videos to go to sleep at night, and now we're here reading chat in my head 24/7. Yeah, I say it a lot. I really do. Someone said, I've unfortunately heard people use that excuse in person to actually means peace when they obviously aren't using the peace symbol. Yeah, no, dog. Like, no. Hate groups appropriating things that are peaceful and powerful from religion or other things as weapons. It's so annoying to get the actually it's this defense when it's used to hurt people. It's very dishonest. Yeah, like, you know what you're doing. You do know what you're doing. Come on now. Come on. Thoughts on deviled eggs? Not too many thoughts on deviled eggs in this brain. Not too many thoughts in general. It seems like I have a lot with the proliferation of my streams. The not proliferation. What's the word for when you do a lot? Like if somebody writes a lot of books, they are a prolific? What would you call it? Prolificness? Prolificit? Is there a word for the quality of being prolific? I'm gonna look it up. Prolific meaning. I'm gonna go to Merriam-Webster. Prolificacy. Whoa.
Prolificacy.
With the prolificacy of my... Okay. I know it may seem like I have a lot of thoughts, what with the prolificacy of my live streams, the abundance of opinions that I've shared here on the internet, but actually I'm just really stupid. Prolificacy was the word I was looking for, which actually exists. That honestly, if someone used this word in a conversation, I would run away from them. I really would. I that would scare me. Someone said prolific like they're a serial killer. No, I'm just a serial yapper. That's what I am, honestly. He just don't stop. It really don't stop. Someone said thoughts on Arcane. It comes up every so often. I give him my thoughts on Arcane. Season 1 was good. Season 2, Was there. It happened. Any thoughts on the Tyler Catastrophe discourse? I don't know what that means. Who is Tyler Catastrophe? Or is it someone named Tyler who had a catastrophe? Are we talking about Tyler the creator? I'm not trying to be like obtuse. Sometimes people ask about things and I'm like, what is that? Oh no, this is a person. Tyler Catastrophe is a TikTok creator and jewelry designer known for creating content focused on an intense, one-sided, long-term romantic and highly public crush on streamer / musician Wilbur Soot. What? I mean, that was just the AI answering. But like, this just sounds like we should just put this person in the category of people we probably shouldn't be paying that much attention to. Is that an accurate read, chat? Actually, I would like to know. I read one paragraph knowing nothing about this drama. I've literally never heard of it. Did I accurately sum up the situation? Tell me right now in the chat. Because I feel like I'm probably right. I think the answer to this is us not going to this person's TikTok and watching their videos or making commentary videos about how shook we are by what they're doing. Maybe we should just leave it where it is. Someone said, no, that's pretty much it. Yeah. Someone said, just leave them alone. Dog, it didn't take long for me to ascertain this just from reading the description. I'm like, I don't think I should have thoughts on this. I don't think any of us should have seen this. Probably. Someone said he's basically the internet's new and current locale. I hate stuff like that too, by the way. I really, really, really hate stuff like that. Because it's literally always the same kinds of people that people will seek out and just like, yeah, they're probably doing things online that are weird or cringe or even bad, but like locale energy in general is just so, gosh, I'm sorry. Some at this point it's just locale culture. I hate it. And why is it always somebody who is trans as well? I'm sorry. Like it's always this. It's always this. It's always this. And as a 27-year-old non-binary person, I just don't even want to get into it. I'm not saying being trans actually shields you from criticism or that you're incapable of actually being somebody who is worth, looking into the things that they're doing. But like, dog, I'm tired. I'm literally tired. Someone says, it's an excuse to make fun of neurodivergent people. Oh, it is often neurodivergent people as well. And then God forbid you be trans and neurodivergent in some way. Just you might countdown clock until everybody decides that every single thing that you put online needs to be picked apart. But yeah, dude, like, I'm sorry. This is just I'm literally on this profile and I can see multiple people sending like hate comments. I'm not even gonna platform them, but yeah, it's that being said, someone said, what's a locale? Oh god, I hate the term so much. I actually don't even like saying it aloud, but essentially it's somebody who the internet decides every single thing that they do must be fodder for commentary. And they're referred to thusly because it's like a cow, you milk them. So a lol cow is somebody who just, you can get a reliable stream of lols out of them. You can constantly make fun of them. Oh, look what they're doing now. Oh, look what this person did. Look what they said. Oh my gosh, what did the lol cow do now? And it's literally just a form of bullying. People who engage in lol cow culture will often point to negative things that this person does as a reason for why they deserve it. Well, actually, we're all here talking about this because this person needs to be called out. Actually, this person they're disgusting. They're bad. Look at all these things this person has done. And it's really a flimsy excuse because nobody who engages in this stuff is actually raising awareness for anything or even talking about any sort of theme. There's literally no point to it. It's just laughing at people or platforming people who should not be paid attention to. Also, someone said he's defending an abuser, though, not saying what's happening to him is justified. Well, I mean, again, I just said it's oftentimes people saying like this person's doing bad things and this is why we're treating them this way. That being said, like, again, Tyler catastrophe, whatever this person has or has not done that is worth talking about is its own thing. But yeah, no, I get sometimes very icked out. It's not good. Someone said, one person, Christina Chandler, yeah, I don't even want to think about that person and the way people are towards her. Like, no. Top 10 human beings we should never have ever paid attention to. You know, also, by the way, chat, you know what? I've never actually said this online. Do you know why I'm so averse to all this lol cow stuff? Because I did used to follow it. When I was younger, I got totally wrapped up in let me see if I can just find an easy peasy breezy explanation of this person. No, I can't. Okay, well, I'm not even going to get into I'm not even going to get into the sonitude of it all, but like there was a time actually where I literally did like follow this because I was thinking it was the same way it was being presented of like, whoa, look at this person online. This person's doing so many terrible things. And I was like, whoa, this is crazy. Just watching this content, very like brain off. But at the point where people are literally making like documentary level video series on individual people, which is literally just them reading Kiwi Farms, to be honest. Like, hold on, let me see if I can find it. Documentary, how many parts? Okay, here we go. You shouldn't have 85 parts. There shouldn't be an 85-part video series about how bad somebody is or their slow descent into being even worse, which is what happened with this person. Like, when I realized, like, oh, whoa, this is really some layers to this. There's some levels to this. And me consuming this content is also part of this person's story of falling deeper and deeper into these this rabbit hole. That is literally, like, what the issue is in my mind with locale stuff of, like, what are we doing here? Why are we doing this? So yeah, definitely, like, if somebody's worth calling out, you should call them out. But, like, that's not always the case, though. Someone said, and she's trans. Yes, and also, Christine Chandler is yet another trans. I'm telling you, it's literally so common. Here's what happened. And this is what I don't think a lot of people realize. Wait, do I even have time to talk about this? Oh, okay. This is going to be the last thing. Fortune, right? I think that if I told any of you, hey, you're listening to a bunch of 4chan users, everybody would stop and be like, whoa, I don't engage with 4chan. That's one of the most, like, egregiously terrible platforms that has ever had the displeasure of taking up space on a server somewhere, right? But here's the thing that I don't think people realize. So there's 4chan and the behavior that sort of, I don't know, engenders. And then you've got your Kiwi farms, not your actual Kiwi farms where people grow kiwis. Those would be people who are actually, like, helping society. No, Kiwi farms is a very 4chan-esque forum that I think is still very deeply active, where people do the exact same thing that they were doing over here, honestly. But it's about anything, influencers, people online. You best believe there's some sort of Kiwi Farms activity, right? What happens essentially in this weird little pipeline is that the things that people talk about here will either make their way out into, where was the person we were talking about? Cool. They will either make their way out into the general public, or these people will latch on to people like this being talked to by the general public and imbue the conversation with a bunch of transphobia and hate, etc. And I just don't think that people realize it's possible sometimes for you to fall into the trap of you find out about this person online, and yeah, they clearly need to be criticized, and they just happen to be someone said lolcow. Oh yeah, oh bro, there's also that website as well. Yeah, lolcow, I don't remember. Oh, lolcow.farm. Yeah, sure. Okay, cool. There's also lolcow.farm. It's like all of this energy fuels the things that go viral in the mainstream way more than people realize. So much more than people realize. And there's so many times when everybody is just having a conversation seemingly about the new topic of the week, but actually we're literally just engaging in like the latest wing of Kiwi Farms or lolcows or 4chan's raging against a random creator who happens to be marginalized. But yeah, no, that being said, I'm sure this person is worth criticizing, and I would if I had anything to say, but I didn't know who this was before you told me. And this person's I'm just saying this person because I don't think there's any pronouns listed. This person literally has barely 100k followers. How many of these people are even actual followers? Like, I'm always so suspicious. I'm so suspicious of these things, so deeply suspicious. And then if you say to yourself, no, I'm not a hateful person on 4chan. No, I would never engage in a Kiwi Farms thread. I never even heard of that website before you said it. Lolcow, there's a lolcow website? I wouldn't do that. I'm too progressive. I'm too progressive. Okay. But however, are you on these snark subreddits? Because let me tell you this. I don't believe in horseshoe theory. This idea that like, oh, we're actually just equally as bad as everybody on the other side. However, bad behavior can manifest anywhere, including in ostensibly progressive spaces. So I do think that if a lot of people who actually still do want to spew hate online towards random people who usually aren't even that popular or not doing things that are that worth talking about, I pressed the wrong button. If 4chan is a little too spicy for you and Kiwi Farms is a little too niche and you've never even heard of lolcow, there's still snark subreddits. And you can chill out here where everybody seemingly is doing this because they actually care. Even though this is really funny that it says they're here to snark on largely female influencers, such as YouTubers and TikTokers. And yeah, I'm sorry, dog. Listen, I do still believe a lot of the times these subreddits do maybe spark out of some sort of desire to actually have a space to criticize things that are worth criticizing. I know that's kind of why sometimes they start, but I watch them like clockwork. Because by the way, these spaces come up a lot when I'm doing my research. Notice I've literally, I don't pull up like sources from snark subreddits and try to use them because it's just not a good idea. The people coming into this aren't doing it right. But it's pretty bad. But yeah, it doesn't matter who you are. You can find somebody to hang out with and be terrible with. It's bad. Somebody said I briefly browsed snark because I was searching stuff up, but I would never actually engage in it because the vibes are off. The vibes are off. Like I said, it literally comes up as I do my research. If I want to know what did this person say 5 years ago that people were mad about, it's probably going to be some sort of snark subreddit having screenshotted this. But then if you look at the rest of the subreddit and it's like, oh my gosh, it's this person's mother. They're so ugly. By the way, that happens a lot. Do you know how many snark subreddits people feel comfortable posting pictures of people's mothers and saying that they're ugly? Or they'll post a picture of people's like dad and they'll be like, oh, there's their like fat dad in all of this person's vlogs. I'm literally talking about the most random influencer. Like it could be, look, I'm not the one making this observation. This is Wikipedia making this observation. Largely female influencers, right? So you could literally take some woman who is probably annoying and on some level spreading some sort of pseudoscience nonsense to maybe, I don't know, a couple 100,000 followers, despite being largely self-contained. And this will somehow spiral into a snark subreddit where people sit around posting pictures of her mother, making disparaging comments, posting pictures of her father. By the way, I also see a lot of people talking about kids on these subreddits too, and I'm just like, why are you talking about these people's kids? That's so weird. I hate it. I really don't. I can't. I really can't. I guess like on the one level, 4chan and all of these other things, which are much worse, obviously, because they literally encourage hate campaigns and they create them and they target and harass people. But I can logically track where this is stemming from in people who engage in forums like that. I think when it comes to like snark subreddits, I don't understand where all of this is coming from. I don't understand. I don't know. I will never understand how this happened. It's so truly bizarre. But anyways, it says right here, snark subreddits have been criticized both by critics and their targets as a form of cyberbullying and as invasive of their subjects, often getting details wrong and engaging in harassment that targets women. It's true. However, they have also been commended by some for their analysis of deceptive practices by influencers. Someone said snarks have the messiest posts on Reddit, and that's saying something because it is Reddit. Well, I think it's kind of like God, I'm trying to say this without sounding like super, like I'm making light of it. So I'm not making a joke, but it's literally just like choose your flavor of we all hate women on this website. Because I think, honestly, chat, there are a lot of websites on Reddit that are much worse than snark subreddits. There were websites where people just outright call women just the worst things you've ever seen in your life, truly. A look at Reddit's demographics will be terrible. I think like the kinds of people who engage in those things are really bad. But that's all because they hate women. I think a lot of these snark subreddits, it's like, it's also literally, honestly, because even though it's being manifested in a different way, they just still hate women, honestly. They do. They really do. Like the people, like they're not getting like a shred of the criticism that you think would be reserved for people who are actually causing so much more like harm online. It's really disproportionate. And also, I don't talk about this. Someone says a reflection eyeshadow. What, on me? No, I don't. Look, I'm very eyeshadowless, even though I'm sure I would look nice with blue eyeshadow. I feel like I don't know how to say this without sounding like I'm talking out of place or whatever. And I'm certainly, no, I'm just gonna say it. He's just gonna say it, chat. It's really weird being in like a woman-dominated space that still hates women. That's how I feel about a lot of these subreddits. I do think we're really used to, as we should, which is obviously the larger issue, talking about men who hate women, because the way that manifests is so violent and destructive, obviously. And I do think that there are sometimes I stumble into a space and I'm just like, oh, these aren't like men. Like these are not men. This is literally, everybody here is a woman, saying the most like dehumanizing, terrible, awful, disgusting, literally like, I can't believe how bad it can get. I should believe that. I shouldn't not believe that. Like, just because you're a woman doesn't mean you're incapable of misogyny, right? That's actually technically a bad take on my part, but it doesn't change the fact that like, it's not what I'm used to seeing in most of the spaces I engage in. It's just wild, dog. It's really wild. But like, where do we go from here? What does that mean? Nothing to me. I move on. Someone said the patriarchy got us. Bro, it got all of us. It really did. And it hurts. It hurts. Someone said, can we snark at the patriarchy? Where's our like Chris Brown snark subreddit? Is that a thing? Does that exist? Chris Brown snark Reddit. Can we do that challenge? Nope. Nope. Oh, we have the Chris Brown appreciation subreddit, which just seems to be people who are fans of Chris Brown. Yeah, seemingly. What's your favorite song by Chris Brown? Dog, where's the Chris Brown snark subreddit? I think like I'm trying to think off the top of my head. Oh, where the Brad Pitt snark subreddit at? Where is it? He does a lot of things. He says a lot of things. And he's not a good person. Okay, we're talking about him a little bit here in a different snark subreddit, but like, where is his dedicated platform where we all hate Brad Pitt? No, we just want to know what was the sweater at the end of Formula One. But then God forbid, you are, dare I say, even a mildly problematic woman with a platform online. Best believe they're going to be talking about you in the blog snark subreddit, probably the LA influencer snark subreddit. You're going to have your own dedicated snark page as well. Every single thing that you post is going to get ripped over the coals. Even when you're not doing anything wrong, you're still going to get made fun of. Like, you are literally going to get followed around by these people on the internet. You're going to get tracked down with a level of vitriol that, like, where is the Chris Brown snark subreddit? So maybe I will take this more seriously if I see more equality in this space, but until then, like, I just can't do it, dog. Mark Wahlberg, where is the Mark Wahlberg? Where is it? Where's the Mark Wahlberg sub? He's not a good dude. He really ain't. Where are you? Where are you? Why do people hate Mark Wahlberg so much? My God. You know who does have one, and I'm proud of it? I'm proud. Enough Musk Reddit. Elon Musk has a snark subreddit. Elon Musk has a snark subreddit, and I'm happy. I'm proud of these people. These people literally, like, I think. Wait, hold on. Maybe they're all bad. I should not pull up random subreddits and say that I support them, because actually these people might be bad too. But my understanding is that most of the people here are just criticizing everything that Elon Musk does. And I think that that's a good thing. You should be doing that with certain people. Someone said Enough Musk is great. Yeah, Enough Musk is great. I think this is a good subreddit from what I have seen. This sort of energy from someone like Musk literally does make sense to me. It definitely does. But like, dog, in general, I just can't. Someone said, and yeah, it's not called snark, but spam. Yeah, no, like, petition to rename this page the Elon Musk snark subreddit. We need some equality, dog. We really, really do. Someone said, unfortunately, I used to frequent snark subreddits, but I realized it wasn't making my life any better and took a step back. Since then, I've realized these subreddits are pointless and quite misogynistic. I think the thing is, too, like, there is a huge difference between getting into, like, there's such a big difference between getting into 4chan and getting into snark. Okay. Let's recreate these experiences. I hate everyone in America except the people who are like me. A 4chan user, and I want somewhere online to express my increasingly radical opinions about marginalized people. So I'm going to hop online and gravitate towards 4chan because I hate people and myself. And this is how that happens. I have no sympathy for you. I'm so sorry. Like, I don't care. You're just a bad person. You suck so bad. But listen though. I'm going to give you a real life example right now. If you, like me, are just trying to talk about somebody who is actually not that bad, and let's say like, I'll do it in a new tab so you can't say it's being like, what am I trying to say? Influenced by my previous stuff, right? If I'm like, Olivia Rodrigo, we talked about her the other day. Let's see, Olivia Rodrigo, Reddit. How am I going to get this to pop up if I say like iTunes versions or whatever? Okay, so we've got Popheads, we've got Olivia Rodrigo. Wait, they're not giving me results for Reddit. More results for Reddit. Okay, you know what? These are mostly fine. I guess maybe she doesn't have a snark page. Maybe she doesn't have one. I swear to God, I feel like I remember getting into one of them. Oh, well, here's one, for example. I just clicked one link. I clicked one link, which is for the Travis and Taylor subreddit, right? Because I was harmlessly trying to find people talking about something that I wanted to talk about. And now, where am I? I'm on this Travis and Taylor subreddit. Great. And it's just a video about the few seconds of Olivia on the swing as a teaser for her upcoming album is higher than the Elizabeth Taylor music video, which is a really weird comparison to make. And it says, I was seconds away from posting this. Elizabeth Taylor, I think her and her team are desperate, talking about Taylor Swift. Basically pitting these two people against each other, right? And then, this is what happens. You leave Reddit. Then you leave Reddit. Right? Then you come back to Reddit. And you go home. Look what the first thing that popped up is on an signed out account. The Travis and Taylor, because you've shown interest in this community. Do you think Travis is disappointed in the lack of career level up since dating Taylor? And then you yourself may think that this is a post worthy of engaging with or not or whatever. And then you leave Reddit. And then you come back. You go home again. You can never go home again. And let's see if I can get something else to pop up. Oh, here we go. K-pop uncensored, which may not be a snark subreddit, by the way. I'm not just trying to like dunk on subreddits. I don't know. This might be a fine one, but you find people here talking about this is weird. What exactly makes people think Manon is being mistreated rather than her just not wanting to work given her history? Okay. Anyways, so now you're here in this space and point blank, give yourself a few sessions. You're going to come back. Your Reddit is going to be full of the most like angry, unhinged snarkers. And all you did is one time mildly express interest in something a celebrity did ever. That is what I think is so like weirdly insidious about this sort of machine. You get sucked up in it when you're not doing anything wrong. There's nothing wrong with trying to find people talking about these things. It's really, really weird. Someone said K-pop uncensored is basically snark. It kind of seemed that way, just from what I saw slightly just now. But yeah, that's literally how it happens. I don't think people are going into this. And then what happens is like you get angrier and angrier. You just get madder because you're like, oh, screw Taylor Swift for this. And you're looking at Cat's Eye and you're like, oh, I hate Manon from Cat's Eye. She's whatever this post was trying to say. And then you come back and Reddit gets really happy because you're engaging with a lot of comments and stuff like that. And next thing you know, you're a frequent poster in some of the top snark subreddits for people that the average person has never heard of and never will. It's very bad. It's very bad. But anyways, free yourself from snark subreddits, please. Oh my God. Anyway, someone said we were about to go. You're late to class. Yeah. Anyways, goodbye everyone. Sorry, I don't know why it turned into that. Why did it turn into that? We were talking about. Oh, because somebody asked me about Tyler Catastrophe. Is that the name? Yeah, which I have no opinions on because I didn't research and I'm not going to. I bravely refuse. So have fun with that. Bye, everybody. I'm going to be back